2020 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼을 찾아주신 시청자와 또 전 세계 각국의 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 조주연입니다. Ladies and gentlemen, participants online and offline all over the world, welcome to the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020. My name is Ju-yeon Cho and I have been given the honor of being your MC for today. 고맙습니다. 본격적인 포럼의 시작에 앞서 올해 포럼은 코로나19의 상황인 만큼 온라인 생중계로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 지금 현재 서울시청의 온라인 화상회의 회의실 서울 온 컨퍼런스 룸에서 진행이 되고 있는데요. 오늘은 최소한의 인원만 모시고 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. And before we begin, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we would like to inform you that this forum is being streamed online. And we are currently at the Seoul Metropolitan Government's virtual conference studio, the Seoul On Conference Room, and we will be inviting only a minimum number of guests. 작년에 이어서 올해 두 번째로 개최가 되고 있는 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼은요. 뉴노멀 시대 안전도시, 회복력, 지속가능성, 적응성이라는 주제로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 도시의 재난 회복력 강화와 지속가능한 발전을 모색하기 위해서 다양한 논의가 이루어질 예정입니다. And today, this year's International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2020, marks its second hosting from last year. And the theme, overarching theme for this year is Safe Cities in the New Normal. Resilience, sustainability, and adaptability. It will also feature various discussions and presentations on how to build stronger disaster resilience for the cities, as well as sustainable development for the urban areas as well. 모든 세션 오늘 함께 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 그럼 오늘 포럼에 대한 이해를 좀 더 돕기 위해서 저희가 짧은 영상 준비해봤습니다. I look forward to your avid participation throughout the event today, and to better aid your understanding of our forum, we have prepared a short video.
Resilience. The ability to return to pre-disaster status quickly, or a better status. Resilient soul. In 2020, the human being faced the unprecedented crisis of COVID-19. As the number of confirmed patients and deaths increases, the World Health Organization announced the COVID-19 outbreak as a pandemic, and the whole world is fighting against the disease.
We know that we can get out of this, but it's going to be a while before things go back to normal.
As such, we are living in the age of new normal. In order to secure the safety of the citizens, the Seoul Metropolitan Government promptly operated the protection system against the infectious disease. The city provided wide-range, immediate diagnostic tests and mobilized ICT, and the devotion of the medical workers and the mature citizenship helped to contain COVID-19. As a result, the world paid attention to Seoul and emerged as an exemplary city to respond to COVID-19. On the other hand, citizens began to suffer from mental distress due to COVID-19. In particular, the pain of the vulnerable classes was greater, and the basic human rights and right to life of many people were threatened. This is why we have to focus on the resilience for the post-COVID-19 era, to restore the stagnant local communities. The resilient city that we will build will be a strong city that is prepared for disasters to come. Koreans are strong people in crisis. We have overcome difficulties as we work together. Now we present the direction for a new paradigm. We head towards making a city for sustainable development. Close cooperation with the international society, the application of smart technologies, and the city's effort aiming at resilience will turn the current crisis into an opportunity. A city safe from disasters. A city to overcome crises with wisdom. A smart city where everyone is safe.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. 그럼 지금부터는 영상 개회사를 통해 서울시 서정협 권한대행님께서 저희 포럼의 포문을 열어주시겠습니다. And now we will invite Acting Mayor of Seoul, Mr. Seo Jong-hyup, for his opening remarks to kickstart our forum.
Distinguished guests, welcome to the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020. I'm Jong-hyup Seo, the acting mayor of Seoul. We have gathered today to discuss what defines a sustainable and safe city in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I would like to thank Secretary General Lee Kyung-yeol of the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization and Secretary General Jino Van Begin of ICLEI for joining us today. I also wish to express my gratitude to Special Representative Mami Mizutori of the UNDRR, who will deliver a keynote speech later on. Also, those who are being with us virtually, a representative of cities and international organizations, scholars, and experts from home and abroad, I once again appreciate your attendance. As the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic prolongs, we are now living in a world that we have never experienced before. We are facing a historic crisis where the engines of our daily lives and economy have come to a halt. This makes us realize that it is an urgent task for humankind to effectively prepare and respond to any unexpected disaster that might come to us. In particular, more than half of the world's population lives in cities, and the key economic and cultural infrastructure is concentrated in cities. Therefore, cities are more vulnerable to disasters, and we experience a more serious aftermath almost immediately. In the post-COVID-19 era of historical transition, cities' response to disasters needs to change. The COVID-19 pandemic is not just an infectious disease, but a serious warning to humankind and to our long-standing approach, which was centered on growth and development. With this critical view in mind, we should map out the new strategies for urban resilience. Seoul has been making proactive efforts to protect our citizens from future disasters through ecological, economic, and social practices. Even before COVID-19 occurred, we have joined the Making Cities Resilient campaign of the UNDRR since 2013 and preemptively announced our plans for reinforcing Seoul's urban resilience. As a result, in 2016, Seoul, as the only city in the Republic of Korea, was designated as one of the 100 resilient cities by the Rockefeller Foundation. This year, we were recognized for our hard work to make Seoul the world's safest city and became a role model city certified by UNDRR. With our accumulated experience and effort, the Seoul Metropolitan government is taking the lead in reinforcing urban resilience. As a global cutting-edge ICT city, we are introducing smart technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, such as AI, big data, and IoT, in order to improve our disaster response system and minimize any safety blind spots. We are preparing a system that serves local communities and small districts within the city to overcome disasters so that the resilience can safeguard the daily lives of our citizens. Disasters know no borders. In this age of a hyper-connected society, Seoul will continue to share our experience and expertise in coping with disasters as a platform for solidarity among cities. I expect the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020 to serve as a venue for cities to seek ways for future cooperation in improving urban resilience. I'm sure that this forum will help every city in the world find new opportunities and time for recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 지금부터는 또 다음 이어서 지노반 백인 이클레이 사무총장님께서 축사를 함께 보내주셨습니다. And following up, we also have a congratulatory message from Secretary General of ICLEI, Mr. Gino Van Begin.
Dear Mr. Seo, Acting Mayor of Seoul, dear Mr. Kim, Chairperson of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, dear Mr. Lee, Secretary General of WEGO, dear Ms. Mami Mitsutori, Special Representative of UNDRR, dear fellow participants. On behalf of ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability, I would like to sincerely congratulate the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction on the hosting of the second Seoul International Urban Resilience Forum. 2020 is the year that emphasized the need for more resilient cities. 1 year ago, no one could have anticipated the sudden shock that the COVID-19 pandemic would bring to cities all around the world. The metropolitan city of Seoul has profiled itself as one of the leading cities globally in addressing this crisis. You have pioneered commendable efforts and approaches that we found can be replicated by cities all around the world. Joining Seoul's hands-on experiences with UNDRR's vast technical expertise on the topic of resilience and disaster risk reduction promises to provide valuable advice for other cities all around the world, not only to face a pandemic, but also to increase their long-term resilience. Therefore, this event could not come at a more timely and fitting moment. The ICLEI network commends you on your leadership, and we look forward to advancing the International Urban Resilience Agenda through our engagement in UNDRR's Making Cities Resilient 2030 campaign and the various activities that we are undertaking together with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, which is a long-standing ICLEI member and trusted partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I would have very much wished to join you in person today. Unfortunately, the current global situation does not permit intercontinental travel. Nevertheless, I'm confident that we will enjoy today's deliberations in a virtual format, that we can take away valuable insights and approaches that will be replicable in our cities as we jointly face the pandemic. Thank you very, very much.
네, 좋은 축사 말씀 다시 한번 감사드립니다. Thank you once again for your congratulatory remarks. 이어서 이경렬 위고 사무총장님께서도 함께 축사를 보내주셨습니다. 축사 이후에는 사무총장님께서 속해 계신 이 위고의 10주년 기념 영상을 함께 보시겠습니다. And now I would like to invite Secretary General Kyung-yeol Lee of WeGo, or the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization, for his congratulatory remarks. And after his remarks, we will view a short video commemorating the 10th anniversary of his organization.
Good morning. I applaud and congratulate the opening of the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020. The past months have shown how urban areas are highly exposed to disaster risks, including but not limited to pandemics. At the same time, we have seen how smart technology can better address the risks. Numerous cities have been continuously inhabited for a very long time. Luxor, Kabul, Beijing, and Seoul, for example, have been here for the past several thousand years. Successful cities are all alike. They solve problems, adapt to a new environment, and transform themselves into healthier living space. Urban resilience is like the immune system of our body. Human immune system functions in 3 stages: resistance, adaptation, and transformation. Urban resilience does the same. It enables cities to resist the chronic and occasional stress, to adapt to the recurring problems, and to transform into a higher form of great cities. People enjoy their lives and get happy for a very long time. My organization, WeGo, is building smart cities for all humanity. Smart city is a happy city for smart people. And what's the difference between a smart city and a resilient city? Well, a city can't be smart if it's not resilient. And a city can't be resilient without being smart. We can build smart and resilient cities because we have very smart technologies. In response to the current pandemic, WeGo launched 2 new special programs. One is the Smart Health Responder, where you can find numerous best practices and webinars about COVID-19. Another initiative is what we call the Smart City Driver. It gives our member cities a sense of direction and thereby helps them to design and customize their smart and resilient cities online. In the face of the unforeseen new normal, WeGo welcomes this forum to strengthen urban resilience with smart and sustainable technology. We will support the global efforts in making cities resilient. Finally, I hope you're safe and healthy, and I wish you 10,000 happiness. Thank you. During the past 10 years since WeGo was established, the world has changed rapidly. Similarly, WeGo has been transformed from an e-government organization to a platform for cities, institutions, and corporations working toward smart and sustainable urban development. Let's look back at this 10 years of our shared history.
WeGo was inaugurated in 2010 by 50 city representatives in Seoul as the World E-Government's organization of cities and local governments. In 2011, WeGo launched its first training program for city officials to learn about e-government practices. Training programs have since then been a major part of WeGo's activities and have been organized yearly. On the theme of Smart Government for All, the second WeGo General Assembly was hosted alongside the Smart City Expo World Congress in Barcelona. The first WeGo Awards were also launched and held there. WeGo's independent secretariat was opened on April 11, 2014, and was a critical juncture in becoming the organization we are today. Also in 2014, the Third General Assembly approved the opening of WeGo's first regional offices in Chengdu and Yulnovsk region, strengthening the organization's outreach strategy in various regions of the world. In 2015, WeGo's annual feasibility study program, which had been running since its establishment, had a pilot project component added to it, enabling cities to fully experience the smart solutions implemented to solve their urban challenges. Responding to the changing landscape in the field, WeGo's mission and vision were updated at the Fourth General Assembly to widen the organization's focus from e-government to smart and sustainable urban development. This mandate was also reflected in WeGo's new name, which changed to the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization. The opening of 2 regional offices for the Mediterranean region and Latin America were also approved at the Fourth General Assembly and opened in 2017 and 2018 respectively. In 2019, WeGo began a path of major regional expansion by leading and taking part in many city initiatives around the world. Now WeGo has over 200 members and partners all over the globe.
It's our past that makes us strong, and it's each one of you that makes us unique. All the experiences, partnerships, regional offices, and continuous support we received has shaped who we are today. In the decade ahead, WeGo will continue pushing toward a smart and sustainable future for all citizens in all cities. By 2030, WeGo is determined to become synonymous with smart cities and a mover and shaker for urban development around the world. We have ambitious goals of expanding our regional presence, building a strong network of partners across every region, and making an impact for the city implementation of innovative projects. Thank you for being part of this 10-year journey, and let's keep ourselves growing. Happy 10th anniversary to WeGo.
네, 감사합니다. 다시 한번 축사를 전해주신 두 분께 깊은 감사 인사드립니다. Thank you once again to the two gentlemen for delivering their congratulatory remarks. 자, 이제 개회식의 마지막 순서로 저희 기조연설이 남아 있습니다. 기조연설은 2020 서울 국제도시회복력 포럼의 공동 주최 기관이죠. UN 재난위협 경감 사무국 UNDRR의 마미 미츠토리 특별 대표께서 기조연설을 준비해 주셨습니다. 저희 기조연설 이후에는 바로 세션 1을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the last part of our opening ceremony, we have the keynote speech. This will be delivered by Special Representative Ms. Mami Mitsutori of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, which is also the co-host of the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020. After her keynote speech, we'll proceed on to Session 1. 네, 그럼 발표 청해 듣겠습니다. So please, we will begin with the keynote speech.
Distinguished mayors from Hoboken, Colombo, and Makati, and deputy mayors from Rome, Tashkent, and Vientiane capital. Greetings from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Dear participants, although we regrettably cannot be together in person, it is a privilege to greet you on the occasion of this important gathering. We are delighted to be co-hosting with the Seoul Metropolitan Government the 2020 International Urban Resilience Forum. On behalf of Making Cities Resilient 2030, I am especially delighted to congratulate the Seoul Metropolitan Government for their global recognition as a role model for urban resilience as part of the campaign. This year has been marked by unprecedented crisis, extreme suffering, and the future is by no means certain. The World Bank is warning us that the COVID-19 pandemic will push an additional 88 to 150 million people into extreme poverty this year, and this may rise to as many as 150 million by the end of next year. Cities, as ever, are at the forefront of both the suffering and the solution. They have been hit in many instances by not just COVID-19, but other disasters such as typhoons and floods. When we think about building the resilience of cities and the systems in which they live, we can no longer afford to guard against a hazard here and another hazard there. We must think and be prepared for multiple hazards on multiple scales. The only solution is prevention, and this requires dedicated leadership at all levels of government, in particular at the local level. The emerging lessons of the pandemic show us that delivering local resilience cannot be achieved by any single entity alone. A city with a vision and strategy for urban safety is a city with a firm foundation established in good risk governance. A city with its eye on its future safety and prosperity is a city where we see whole of society engagement in building local resilience. A city where populations flourish and grow is a city where collaboration between local authorities, the private sector, and the civil society organizations is placed and deliberate. A city which is resilient is a city in which disaster risk reduction is well integrated into social and economic planning and investments so that no one is left behind. To achieve this, we must all start seeing disaster risk reduction in urban settings as an investment rather than a cost. We have a great opportunity ahead of us. UNDRR and our partners are leading MCR 2030, a global initiative that helps cities reduce disaster and climate risks through improved technical support and enhanced capacity for raising finances to implement change. MCR 2030 starts next month, and I invite all of you to join, whether you are a city, a service provider, or a partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will find your time together at the forum most informative and productive as you seek to achieve resilience for all. I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
네, 좋은 기조연설 감사드립니다. Thank you once again for your great keynote speech. 지금부터 시민 참여 중심의 공동체 회복력 강화 방안을 주제로 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 세션에 대한 이해를 돕기 위해서 저희가 짧은 영상을 준비해 봤습니다. And now we will start session 1 under the theme of building community resilience after COVID-19 pandemic. And once again, we have prepared a short video to aid your understanding. 영상부터 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Please enjoy the video.
International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2020. Building community resilience after the COVID-19 pandemic. When a global disaster such as COVID-19 occurs, the most important thing is to cure the victims and prevent the spread of its impact. However, after the situation becomes stable, we should return to our healthy daily life. This is what resilience is for. Then, what makes a city resilient? Communities. If we have focused on helping those who have suffered from direct and indirect damages of the disaster in our local society, now is the time to restore the broken social system and reinforce the long-term resilience of the city. The post-COVID-19 era. It's time to take care of our society so that the citizens can go back to their healthy daily life, escaping from the fear that was left behind by the infectious disaster. Building community resilience after the COVID-19 pandemic.
네, 영상 잘 보셨나요? 네, 그러면 발표에 앞서 저희 발표자분들에 대한 소개를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 화상으로 접속해 계시는 해외 연사분들부터 먼저 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 호명이 되시는 분들께서는 간단하게 인사해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. So I hope that you enjoyed that short video, and please allow me now to introduce our speakers before we move on to the session. And I'd like to introduce some of our speakers who are logging in from overseas first. So when your name is called, please wave to the audience. 먼저 산자야 바티아 UNDRR 동북아 사무소 소장님 모셨습니다. Mr. Sanjaya Bhatia, Head Office of UNDRR, Onea and Getty. Thank you once again for your participation. 네, 다음은 텔아비브로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 서울은 지금 오전 10시 반 정도가 되고 있는데요. 텔아비브의 현지 시각은 지금 3시 반 정도가 된다고 합니다. 네, 저희가 오늘은 Anat Isaac Caspi, 텔아비브 Deputy CRO님, Anat Isaac Caspi, the head of Cities, Partnerships, and Deputy CRO at Tel Aviv Yafo Municipality. Thank you very much for your participation despite the early hours. Thank you very much. 네, 다음은 반둥시로 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 반둥에서도 굉장히 이른 시간부터 함께 참여해 주시고 계시는데요. And next we'll go to Bandung, again joining us at a very early hour. 아야니 락사나게라 반둥시 기획연구개발실장님, 아야니 락사나게라, Head of Planning, Research and Development Office from Bandung. Thank you very much. Please wave hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. 잠시 후에 또 뵙겠습니다. 다음은 요코하마입니다. Next is Yokohama. 켄드라 히라타 시티넷 요코하마 사무국장님 오셨습니다. Ms. Kendra Hirata, the Director of CityNet Yokohama Project Office. Mr. Hirata, thank you once again. Please wave. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 이제 스튜디오에 나와 계시는 분들 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. And now on to our guests here with me at the studio. 세션의 좌장을 맡아주실 한국행정연구원 류현숙 선임연구위원님 자리에 계십니다. We have Ms. Ryu Hyun-suk, the Senior Research Fellow of the Korea Institute of Public Administration, who will also be the chair for this session. 네, 감사합니다. 그리고 김현수 서울시 코비드 심리지원단장 겸 명지병원 정신건강의학과 임상교수님 함께하고 계십니다. And next, Mr. Hyun-soo Kim, the Director of Seoul COVID-19 Psychological Support Center and also the Clinical Associate Professor of Myeongji Hospital at the Department of Psychiatry. 네, 그러면 지금부터 좌장이신 저희 류현숙 선임연구위원님께서 진행을 맡아주시겠습니다. So with this, I would like to hand the microphone and floor over to our moderator, Ms. Hyun-suk Ryu.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Okay, right. Is everybody ready? Okay, good. I think we could start now. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Hyun-sung Ryu. I'm a research fellow at the Korea Institute of Public Administration, which is one of government think tanks under the Prime Minister's office in South Korea. First of all, thank you so much for joining this first session. The theme for this session is Building Community Resilience After COVID-19. In this session, we will discuss the significance and the possible ways of building local community resilience. And further, we will discuss manage public health and safety, especially for the most vulnerable groups during this challenging time. First and foremost, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of our distinguished speakers and panelists. Before we begin, I would like to ask each speaker for approx 10 minutes, and I would also kindly ask you to make a note of any comments or issues or questions during your presentations. So those comments and questions could be addressed during the panel discussion later on. Okay, then, without any further ado, let's start. Let me introduce our first presenter, Mr. Sanjaya Bhatia, who is head of office of UNDRR Oniagati. Okay, Mr. Bhatia, you there?
Yes, all ready.
Okay. If you are ready, you may start.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this forum. We have been participating every year, so it's good to see this is going forward in spite of the crisis that all of us are facing this year. Now, building up on what Ms. Mami Mizutori just mentioned about the new initiative, the global initiative called the MCR 2030 or Making Cities Resilient 2030. So I just wanted to introduce in more depth because it is a tool, a partnership, initiative which can really help cities cope with the new normal and also to be able to learn the lessons that we have had over this past year and build on that. So it is something which is I think very appropriate at this point of time. So I'd like to talk about that briefly, but before that, just let me, I think many of you might be aware of the Making Cities Resilient campaign, which was a global campaign which ran from 2010 to 2020 till the end of this year. The MCR 2030 builds on that. So it is picking up on where we where we leave in December, but it's also trying to learn from that decade of experience so that that experience can be applied for the next decade. So starting from January 21 to December 2030. Now, the lessons include the feedback from the cities that they need to understand what is resilience, what it means, what are the different aspects of resilience, and where they are, where they need to go, and what is the journey. So the MCR 2030 tries to provide this resilience roadmap. And of course, we do realize that cities are very busy. They have many conflicting or a large number of priorities, and they're pulled in many directions. So we have tried to keep everything as simple as possible and easy to use. The other point is that no one can do this alone, so it requires a global partnership, and that's why we are bringing together a large number of partners. For example, here I see GRCN, which is part of the core partner group, but we also have a large number of other networks associated, including ICLE, which we see here again, and others. It will have operations more at the regional level, being closer to the cities, and we'll talk about that in a while. It has a governance structure which will support all kinds of sharing and knowledge management and city to city experiences. And it will do this through online tools, which we'll look at in a while. So the key objectives are that cities should know better, they should plan better, and they should be able to implement better. And the MCR campaign, the one which ends in December, already focused quite a bit on the know better and was just starting to look at the plan better since the Sendai framework was adopted. But the implement better is new, and we hope that this will bring in the partners that cities need to help them understand what are not only the challenges, but how to deal with those and how others have dealt with them, and then learn from that example and implement. It also looks at the vertical links between the national and the local government, because that has been found to be very, very important. There are a lot of synergies between the national and the local, obviously, and we want to promote that, both the sharing of information between the two, but also the support that the national and the local government bring to each other. And also the national associations of local governments, which are very powerful organizations in countries. Also looking at the horizontal links. So one of the feedbacks that came from the cities was, how do we engage with all the partners that could help us, who are in our area of jurisdiction or in our vicinity, but we either do not know them, or if we know them, we don't know how to engage with them, especially the private sector, for example. So again, this is trying to forge those relationships better, and then connecting cities to cities so that they can learn from their experiences better. So in a nutshell, this is what it looks like: the resilience roadmap, stage A, stage B, and stage C. Stage A is the cities which are looking at advocacy, awareness generation, orientation. Stage B are the cities which are looking at the planning aspects, the diagnostics, and developing the plan. So somewhere here they have a DRR or a risk-informed development plan. And stage C are the cities which are looking at the implementation. We have also promoted what we call resilience hubs. So of course, all this starts in January, but the resilience hub is a city which is at an advanced stage. Obviously, they have been through the experience of planning and now looking at implementation. They have certain experiences which they want to showcase, and they also want to promote the knowledge exchange. So I see open request to all the participants here, any cities which are interested to become a resilience hub in their region or even globally are free to join. The partners, as I mentioned already, there are the global partners which are looking at the strategic direction of the MCR 2030, and some of them are here today. But there are also what we call supporting partners, which are many of you who are also here. So who can provide support in various areas to cities to help them achieve further resilience. Then we have the private sector group. So we are creating a directory of the private sector entities who can help the cities. And this will be an online platform providing a space where private sector and even academic centers, universities and so on, research organizations, consultancies can all come together and meet the cities which are looking for the services. So it's not exactly a matchmaking, it is more like a yellow pages where cities can be able to access and find partners, and partners can also access the cities and find appropriate cities who can help them. Then looking at the national government, as I already mentioned, but also the national associations of municipalities, because the existing Making Cities Resilient campaign, for example, covers more than 4,300 cities. Seems like a big number, but it is not. So when we look at the total number of local governments, and when we talk about cities, we're talking actually local governments. So towns, municipalities, cities, all of these would be counted. So what we are trying to do here is to leverage with the national associations so that we can have the larger numbers joining, and so they can have the benefits of the partnership. This is the governance structure. As I mentioned, the global is for the strategic direction, but it is the regional level where the operations will actually happen. The regional coordinating committees have been constituted already in most of the regions. For Africa, it will be in Nairobi. For the Americas, in Panama. For Arab states, in Cairo. But there will be a resilience hub in the Gulf area. In the Asia Pacific, it will be in Bangkok. And for Europe and Central Asia, it will be in Brussels. So I will leave you with this. This is the link to the MCR 2030 website. Cities can go and sign up already, and partners can also express interest. Go to the website. It has a lot of details. See where you fit. So the cities do not have to start from stage A. Many cities will start at stage C, for example, or stage B. So go there, have a look. There's a simple survey which will help to place you, and you will know where your city falls, and then what kind of new benefits you can hope for in 2021 January. So with that, I thank you for your attention and this opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much for your excellent presentation, Mr. Bhatia. Well, let me just to recap his presentation. I would say following and learning from MCR 2020, he nicely introduced the key aspects or objectives of MCR 2020, along with the resilience strategies and roadmap. Once again, thank you so much. Okay, then shall we move to Tel Aviv, Israel? Let me introduce our second presenter, Ms. Anat Isaac Kaspi, who is head of cities partnership and deputy CRO, Tel Aviv Afo Municipality. Okay, as the MC mentioned, she is joining us in real time. I would guess it's 4-ish in Tel Aviv. Are you there? Ms. Caspi, are you there? Are you ready?
I am. Thank you. Hello. From Tel
Okay.
Aviv.
You are ready? You may start.
So thank you. First of all, I wish to thank you for hosting mayors, deputy mayors. Thank you for inviting Tel Aviv and all the honorable guests. My name is Anat Isaac Caspi. I'm head of the city's partnerships in the municipality of Tel Aviv and deputy chief residence officer. I'm honored to take part in this session. Our presentation is pre-recorded and I will be happy to share it with you.
So we will wait for just a couple of minutes for her presentation. Video clip is running.
Good morning or good evening from the city of Tel Aviv-Yafo. My name is Anat Isaac Caspi. I'm the Director of Resilience and Cities Partnerships at the Resilience and Social Equality Authority. Tel Aviv-Yafo is known as a city of innovation and entrepreneurship with lively night scene, rich culture for life, and a touristic destination that offers lots of great food and a beach wrapped in the Mediterranean sun. But like most of the world, we too were forced at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic to part from our familiar routines, adapt to new circumstances, and meet the diverse needs of our residents. To date, we have had 2 lockdowns in the state of Israel, and we may be looking at a 3rd one sometime soon. Right after the outbreak of the pandemic, our mayor instructed to document the steps that were taken, so the information could be used to learn about the crisis management in the present and for the future. In addition, we are constantly learning from other cities, including through the Resilient Cities Network that we are proud members of. The complete version of Tel Aviv-Yafo municipality's response to the COVID-19 pandemic is available online. We will be glad to share with you. The steps we took at the municipality and as a way to examine generally urban resilience can be seen through the model of holistic design. When designing systems, we look at 3 dimensions at their best integration. The 3 P's: people, platforms, and places. And I would like to add a 4th proactivity. People, where we understood that we have to reach the most vulnerable population in order to maintain the resilience of the human chain, as well as the resilience of the city and society. And I'm referring to our 70,000 senior citizens that live in our city. We have developed a variety of services for them while making use of cutting-edge platforms to do so. And for example, based on the municipal application, we introduced a stress button so people can report when a senior citizen is in need of assistance. Other new applications are used to plan the distribution of food and medications that was done by volunteers. We also made sure to address the emotional state of seniors, so we had hundreds of City Hall employees have made tens and thousands of phone calls to seniors in order to offer human contact, to express empathy, and also find out what they need. Another group of people that have been hurt by the pandemic in Israel and in other places around the world are women. We have seen an increase of 300% in reported domestic violence cases, coupled with higher unemployment data among women that were fired from their jobs. During these difficult times, the Resilience and Social Equality Authority, led by the mayor's advisor, began writing a municipal strategic plan for gender equality. We approached the public on social media, asking people to let us know which important topics they believe that should be included. And when it comes to platforms, well, Tel Aviv-Yafo is a city of startups and innovations. We have more than 2,000 startup companies. It's the highest number, by the way, of startups per capita in the world. And we have more than 100 global R&D centers. So, we as well at the City Hall, we develop innovative responses when needed. Following the outbreak, we developed a dashboard that will enable the city's management to make data-driven decisions in real time. And what's happening in the streets? Well, fascinating changes have occurred in different places in the space. We closed roads. We turned them into pedestrian malls. We deployed more chairs around the city so restaurants could offer takeaways and self-pickups more easily, since according to the health regulations, they cannot host indoors. People could be seen everywhere in the city, and scenes of couples and families and picnics in the public spaces became quite a routine. And at nights, by the way, over a glass of wine, because more than 1,700 bars, cafes, nightclubs are now temporarily closed. Proactivity. Starting with the first lockdown, our mayor proposed plans to the central government for opening restaurants, beaches, cultural events, educational institutions, formulating programs for the diverse sectors involved. We understood that in order to flatten the curve in the city, we must take the initiative and lead. And there came the decision to open an epidemiological investigation center. We have 100 municipal employees and volunteers work 7 days a week, locate patients, isolate them, and ensure that they are following the guidelines. It's all in cooperation with all the agencies in the country, and we are all trying together to stop the chain of infection. And this center is a great example of how a local authority can assume additional areas of responsibility that go beyond its traditional ones. I will conclude with some words about the cultural life in the city. Just like Mayor Huldai says, culture has been the lifeblood of the first Hebrew city since its establishment, and also provides a livelihood for 1,500 citizens who have been left behind since the outbreak of COVID-19. Therefore, we hold hundreds of events every week to provide work, to provide medicine for the souls of tens of thousands of residents, and actually hope for the entire sector. So you can see theater productions in the neighborhoods, street exhibitions, countless other initiatives, and it's all as a result of a decision that the city is not coming to a stop. And this is our slogans. You can see if you're coming around Tel Aviv, hanging in different places around the city is not coming to a stop. I wish to conclude this talk with the word resilience. It comes from the Latin expression resilire, which means rebound. And it refers to the physical quality of a material or system that reverts to the original state after applying force on it. Well, in the case of COVID-19, we hold a different understanding. We know that things have changed. We understand, we accept that things will remain with us even after the pandemic is over, because they have been proven efficient, effective, beneficial. Therefore, our view of resilience is different from the original concept. It is not going back. Rather, resilience is going forward and planning what our future will look like. So I wish us all a resilient recovery. Keep safe. Hope to see you soon in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Caspi, thank you ever so much for sharing the Israelis 3 Ps, which are people, platform, and place. Thank you ever so much. Next, we will call our third presenter at the moment, who is in Bandung City. Let me introduce Ms. Ayani Rakasanagara, who is head of Planning, Research, and Development Office of Bandung. Ms. Rakasanagara, whenever you're ready, you may start. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here and I try to share my presentation. So good morning all. Excuse me, I will.
So let's give her just a couple of minutes to prepare her presentation.
Sorry. So I already prepared that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So first of all, we would like to thank for visiting Bandung City in this special event. On behalf of our mayor and also on behalf of the Bandung City government, we would like to thank for opportunity to share about our activity in my city. So this is already in slideshow. Oh, this is not a slideshow. Okay, but I cannot see. Excuse me, there is a technical problem in, I will manage first. Okay. Sorry, I have to. Is it, everybody can see my presentation?
No, not really.
Not really?
Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see, but can you just maximize the presentation? PowerPoint
Yes,
slide?
I try. I already try, but is it already? Okay. So everybody can see my presentation, I think.
Yeah, it's on.
It's okay. 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 First, I would like to share about the activity in Bandung City government. So this is about the activity in the community, especially in resilience in the mental health, and also all the activity in the community. Excuse me, maybe you can see also the presentation. Okay. So as you know, that Indonesian is a very big country and then divided into 34 provinces. And West Java province is one of the highest population in Indonesia. 1/5 population Indonesia live in West Java province, and Bandung City is the capital city of this province. Our city doesn't have natural resources, but we are a city of services. So you can imagine before the pandemic, it's so many activity in my city. So our city also is a education center and also city of services like health services or trading, and also city of tourism. And this is like a description of our macro indicator before the pandemic. Our indicator is increased every year before the pandemic. So as you see that the Human Development Index, we can reach and find a good result, and it consists of the education indicator, health indicator, and also economic indicator. And mostly more than 50% economic activity in Bandung, people it's small and medium economic activity. So it could be very, very high impact in the pandemic situation. Our population is about 2.5 million people, but we provide services for it's about 3 million people because so many people come to our city for so many activity. And Bandung City divided into 30 districts, or we call it kecamatan, and 151 sub-district, or we call it kelurahan. And also the citizen association is about 1,584, and neighborhood association, or we call it RT 9,873 organization. And after the pandemic, that is impact also to the number of poor people and also the unemployed people. So this is the principle or the value for Bandung City to develop the city. We have three pillars, like three pillars is collaboration, decentralization, and innovation. So we always remember if we develop something, we have to remember this principle. And then this is the Indonesian government structure, of course, in Bandung also. So we lead by the mayor, and then in district level, head of district and sub-district head. And this is the head of citizen association head and neighborhood association head. So from the mayor to the sub-district head is a formal leader, but citizen association and neighborhood association is the community head. So it's informal and elected by the people. And we also have a task force for COVID-19 at every level. So this is an organization of the task force of the COVID in Bandung. So as you see that we invite so many organizations to join with us to manage this pandemic in our city. This is the situation about the pandemic in Bandung. So the first case is reported on March, and we're still struggling to prevent, to treat this disease. As you see that still increase, the number of cases is still increase, and also in my country and my province. So we're still struggling for that, and hope we can manage this and everything is getting better. There is some innovation to managing the COVID-19. This is just only the example that we built like center of information, Usiko, so people can access the information. What is the condition of pandemic in Bandung City, so they can involve to prevent the spread of disease. And another system is to give the information system to observe citizen activity to implement the health protocol. So we have to observe about the activity of the people because we are now in a new era. So some activity is already open or relaxation for economic activity. So this is example building community resilience in social problem. So as you know that the pandemic is impact not just only to health situation, but also the economic and social problem. So we call all the activity with a local language so everybody can feel involved to this program, such as Kampung Tohaga Lodaya is community activity at citizen association level for managing the problem related to COVID-19. Sabandung is a collaboration program to serve the food for people in need. And then RW Cetar is community activity at citizen association level for enhanced awareness by education and socialization about COVID-19. So this is the impact of pandemic on community mental health. Why we also give more attention for this. And we made some activity like a screening. This is not a diet. Early screening for the community. We use the self-reporting questionnaire or SRQ29, and it's about more than 10,000 people fill this questionnaire. That more than 1,600 indicate the mental, emotional, post-traumatic stress disorder, and indication of psychosis, and also indication of drug use symptom. What is the highest number of symptoms in the community? So they feel, or also they say that related to anxiety, negative stigma for positive COVID-19 patient, loss of income or livelihood, loss of family member or friend, habituation of distance learning. As you know that our community is very social and community. They are really like to hang out or meet each other. So it's hard also for them. And medical burns out and depression. So it's already 9th month. I think the medical worker or health worker have a very high load for working. What is our activity to reduce the mental disorder? So we have a team like community mental health team that is so many people join with this like an academic volunteer or something. And then also volunteer, and we have a mental. This is like a center activity in the community. And then mental health consultant mobile. So this is a car that we can go to some open space area, and then we give the consultation for free to everybody. And we also made activity in sub-district level. Like this is Siaga Sehat Jiwa, it means that the sub-district who have an awareness for the mental health. The two sub-districts. So as we mentioned before, people will feel that is our program or our activity. In one sub-district is the community call it One Soul Romance. It means they made an activity for early detection and mental health counseling, and also education for taking medicine regularly, establish a mental health post or center of activity, and then group activities like a sport, singing, or dance, and mental health volunteer training. In another sub-district, excuse me, we made the activity like screening and then volunteer training, breaking stigma, medical workers training in mental disorder management, and also mental health counseling. So for the conclusion and our challenge is we have to make a screening in a very high number or big number and regularly, and also stakeholder participation for sustainable program. So the conclusion that Bandung City has already the task force in every level to manage this pandemic. And there have been many community activity for building community resilience in pandemic era and also in mental health disorder. Principle of our development, innovation, and decentralization is needed for community resilience. So I think that is city. So after the pandemic, we invite you to come to our city. That is the heritage. So it's very rich with the social culture. So thank you so much. Terima kasih. Hatur nuhun from Bandung. Greeting from Bandung.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lakasanagara, so much for sharing the city of Bandung's response endeavors and experience dealing with the COVID-19. I think she nicely introduced how the city coped with the COVID-19 pandemic, and then the pandemic has been affecting the city in terms of jobs, education, and poverty, and mental health, etc. Okay, since we don't have much time left, let's move on to the next presentation. Luckily, our next presenter is here with me. Professor Hyun-Soo Kim is Associate Professor of the Department of Psychiatry at Myeongji Hospital, and he's also Director of Seoul COVID-19 Psychological Support Center and Director of Seoul Suicide Prevention Center. Okay, the title of his presentation is Psychological Vaccine and Mind Prescription for Recovery of Citizen Psychology. Okay, thank you so much for coming here. Okay, if you are ready, you may begin.
Yes,
Professor
yes.
Kim.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. 이 시기쯤이면 하는 인사인데
That's the message we would usually have around this time of the year, but we have almost forgotten that Christmas is just around the corner. In 15 days, we will celebrate Christmas.
정신과 의사이고
I'm
현재
a
서울에서
psychiatrist,
자살 서울 시민들의
and I also serve as a director of a Suicide Prevention Center for the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I also treat patients at Myeongji University Hospital. With this COVID-19 pandemic, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has launched 2 different psychological support centers. The first is for the confirmed patients of COVID-19, which offers in-depth psychiatric session, and another center, which is COVID-19 Psychological Support Center, is for general citizens, regardless of your state or conditions, whether you're confirmed or not. So this is for more general public. So what we do is a prevention as well as the treatment of psychological difficulties. I'm sorry, it's all in Korean. So this shows you what we have done. The psychological vaccines campaign and project, this ranked first among the top 10 public services candidates offered to citizens of Seoul in 2020 during the pandemic era. So actually, the citizens were surveyed on 30 different programs, and we ranked first. Such a big news for all of us. The reason is that this kind of psychological news or psychological campaign and project are not well received by citizens. On top of that, we have such a small amount of budget. Other news or other initiatives, such as rolling out a grant and emergency aid, but with such a small amount of budget, we distributed this 7 psychological values to the citizens, named psychological vaccines, and this was ingrained deeply in the memory of the citizens. So we can see that citizens are actively embracing psychological support. My team is very small in size. We have 2 psychiatrists and mental health professionals, 3 social media professionals, 1 lawyer, 1 teacher, and 1 art therapist, and 1 psychiatrist. And among this, we have only 1 full-time staff, and the rest of them are part-time. But we have the support and participation of a lot of citizens. So this is my team. This team was launched at the end of February, and when we launched this team, we asked for the full participation of the citizens, and one of the citizens wrote this poem for my team titled Virus. It says that virus creates some confusion and chaos, but it's like a fleeting event. In front of the order and command of the citizens, the virus will lose its mind and will be gone. And after this virus is gone, we will have this plant of hope planted on this land and soil. So the center is built on the foundation of the support and the belief of the citizens. We check any fake news and fake information to offer correct and up-to-date information regarding the pandemic. That's what we have done so far. As we embarked on this project, one of the key messages we had in mind, or the key lessons from the past, is our failure. As you know all too well, Korea had another epidemic called MERS back in 2015. We had a lot of failures in various aspects, especially in the area of psychological response. We had such a plunder. It's all in Korean, but you can clearly see the difference between these 2 posters. On the left side, you can see the MERS prevention guidelines. On the right side, you can see the guidelines for COVID-19. It's all in text on the left side, and it's all in graphic on the right side. So on the right side, in the right hand, you can see what we have done in terms of the promotion of information. So many media criticized our response to MERS was such a lacking in proper response. That is why, as we prepare for a psychological preparedness, we focus on 2 areas. The first is collaboration between the citizens and experts. The second is visibility as well as the persuasion or persuasive messages. So the messages for the quarantine as well as the prevention should be visible to all the citizens, and the message should be convincing. Based on these 2 principles, we have communicated with the citizens on 5 areas. The first message or the first principle is that although we do not have the vaccine, at least we need to have some psychological vaccine. And the second is that there is no treatment or no medicine, but the citizens can at least get some mental prescription or mind prescription. The third is that over the long holiday of Korean Thanksgiving, Korean people and the citizens wanted to have some fun content as if in series, as if they are watching a Netflix series or TV drama. And the fourth area is that the citizens can get the information whenever they need. That is why we created a chatbot. And fifth, with the emergence of COVID blues, many people are thinking about that. So we need to have some gatekeeper. This year, we were not able to find any time to provide any gatekeeper training. So the people want to see or have such a training sessions via YouTube platform. So we actually created this program, a training program over the YouTube platform. So on these 5 areas, we collected some feedback from the citizens, and we actually put that into practice, which led to such a huge success. The first is such a big viral hit. In the entire nation of Korea, the populist ever content was 7 psychological vaccines on how to protect your mental health from coronavirus. It was so popular among students and among businesses. So we created this psychological vaccine news or information in the cord news format, and this goes beyond the national boundary of Korea. So you can use this to educate others, and you can disseminate information. So we came to see that whether it's a web poster and card news, this is a favorite form of message dissemination, and the people love short messages, not long messages, and they want to see some impressive images. And the second hit of all is what has been most prescribed and what has been most widespread. This is mind prescription. So this is about self-empathy and compassion. And some citizens love this card so much and actually collected all the cards. Well, that citizen printed this out and carries that everywhere she goes. So we actually create a manual on how to create a mini book out of this mind prescription content. So any citizen can print this out and create their own book. So the people were enthusiastic about this new type of content. So we have published this a mind vaccine series, such a small in size, small book in size. So we came to see that people love to carry something, and that they want to possess something, and that they want to do it themselves. And third, people are found to love series, well, rather any single content or standalone content. So we decided to create this kind of a whole new package. We also create some videos. So citizens tend to love collections, something quite like Netflix. And the fourth big hit item is chatbot. We have a Kakao chatting program, which is the nation's favorite chatting program. And we create a chatbot as soon as you turn on the chatbot. and type in I'm depressed and I'm anxious, then you can get all different types of information regarding depression and anxiety. So with your smartphone, you can get access to all different types of information, including where you can be treated for such a symptom. So this is another pillar of our program, and such a cute character is also created by citizens, not by any expert in this area. Such a cute character and quite accessible and easy to use. Last but not least, I'd like to talk about gatekeeper training. So many people started to think about ending their own lives since the outbreak of COVID-19. So many people asked for an online gatekeeper training. This has been very difficult to formulate this kind of program. Usually it takes 3 hours to provide this kind of training, but we shortened that to 20 minutes. So via YouTube and a web training education platform, anyone can refer to this training video, focusing on key messages only. The assessment was so good. The better the content is, the higher the score you will get. So it all boils down to the participation of the citizens. The resilience of citizens comes from participation. And most of my work as a psychiatrist focuses on organization. And I came to see that it is the basic duty or the fundamental responsibility of a civic organization organizers to organize citizens' participation. And this is how we can boost the immunity of the citizens. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim, so much for introducing the Seoul COVID-19 Psychological Support Center. And what sort of support your center provides for the Seoul citizens. And he also shared the valuable lessons from the MERS in 2015 in terms of psychological health and resilience. I would say the key lesson he learned from the MERS 2015, I would say the first lesson would be citizen participation and collaboration between experts and citizens. And second lesson, I would say the significance of keeping citizens' mental health and resilience. And I think after that, Seoul COVID-19 Psychological Support Center, they try to implement these two principles in terms of responding COVID-19. And I would say I'm also suffering with the COVID-19 coronavirus, so I may need a psychological vaccine from your center. Okay, thank you so much for your interesting presentation again. And now we will invite the next presenter, Mr. Kendra Hirata, who is in our neighboring city, Yokohama in Japan. He is the director of CityNet Yokohama Project Office. Are you there, Mr. Hirata? Mr. Hirata? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm ready.
Okay. When you're ready, you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction and the invitation to this important forum. My short presentation today will focus on the need to prioritize the mainstreaming of DRR and public health in communities with some examples from our past work to build further community resilience. First, let me share you some details about our annual DRR survey that we conduct among our member cities. For your information, currently CityNet has 173 members, out of which 110 are city governments. Among the disaster cluster members, we conduct a survey on their DRR status, and this year, without a doubt, as you can see, health emergencies came out on the top with more than 80% of the members claiming it to be the most serious hazard. Until now, hazards such as earthquakes, fire, floods, or landslides used to be the top hazards. This indicates the importance of why we need to be approaching the community-based countermeasures for COVID-19 or pandemics. And this is understandably so because, as you can see in this graph, risk assessment on health emergencies have been significantly low. For floods and earthquakes, due to much technical advancement or availability of various toolkits and capacity building, risk assessments have become quite common and scientifically updated. However, for health emergencies, we can still see that the priorities are not sufficient, hence not undertaken. This slide shows one of the reasons why some hazards have low priorities, and as shown, it is because of the low level of awareness among public officials, stakeholders, as well as the people, at least from our survey results, among the members. But as the crisis is already happening and some level of awareness on health issues have been seen in most countries, it would be important not to lose this momentum to continue the knowledge transfer at all levels. Now let us reflect on how the pandemic is impacting the mental health in the communities in Asia. These are just some of the many complexities that are happening. When the news about COVID-19 first came out, there was a lot of uncertainty and anxiety due to mixed messages and rumors from so many sources. Only a handful of countries had countermeasures since they had experienced SARS or MERS, as the previous speaker explained, but as a vast majority was in confusion and unprepared. This led to the fear and stress among the public as governments struggled to decide on a concrete direction to fight the virus. Many governments had no alternative but to shut down their cities and copy what other cities had been doing. While this may have been an effective action, this led to many to lose their jobs. The situation was further aggravated by people who would go into self-policing, which in some cases led to fights and assaults, all due to anxiety and uncertainty. Some excluded themselves from the others, and some even went into self-isolation to prevent human-to-human contact. On the other hand, in the earlier stages when people tested positive and when their news broke out, they were victimized by their neighbors. There were instances where shops and houses of the victims were spray painted to shame them. And unfortunately, in extreme cases, the societal pressure, along with no income, led people to lose the purpose of living a life. Now let me show you some actual examples, cases of impacts of the pandemic on mental health. Suicide rates in Japan rose by 21.3% for male and 82.6% for women. This is just a staggering number, especially if you look at 851 women taking their own lives just in the month of October this year. There have been many cases of children and family members, health workers being targeted and harassed as well. Domestic abuse and harassment, particularly against women, also rose significantly. In some countries, migrant workers were evicted from their rented apartments by landlords and because they were returning home from the hotspots. We also saw the hoarding of daily necessities in early days of the pandemic, since people feared total stoppage of goods and services. To this day, we still see people disregarding simple rules and being inconsiderate towards others. And perhaps one of the most influencing factors was when leaders had unscientific claims on practices that they advocated on population about fighting the virus. These instances explain why we need to focus a great deal on how information is created and passed on at the community level. Risk communication is critical when we talk about DRR, and in this pandemic case as well, we saw examples of total breakdown of knowledge transfer process, as a lot of the scientific and technical knowledge about the virus was not understood well. Instead of minimizing the knowledge gap, unscientific news was often created to feed the population seeking answers quickly, which made the matters worse. In order to improve resilience, it's never too late to start early. From our past experiences, we can clearly say that working at school levels is as equally important as building a capacity building of public officials and building infrastructure. And when you start early, information or knowledge has to be simplified. It is also critically important that the knowledge being shared is scientific and accurate. At the school level, one of the best methods is to develop activities based on science. Only distributing textbooks and handouts will not be effective. And for further dissemination, demonstrating those activities during school events or functions so that messages spreads to the community is very important. At one level higher, in the communities, it is essential to develop a framework where people can act with coordination when the situation arises. It is important to engage stakeholders to make the planning process of the framework participatory and inclusive. In one of our projects, even people with disabilities and the elderly often ask roles and responsibilities to be assigned to them. For community, this shared responsibility is extremely important as it gives them pride and a reason to remain active despite being physically handicapped. This also improves community consultations and bonding. Very often, particularly in urban areas now, we do not even know our neighbors. This is a risk, especially if you look at it from a resilience perspective. When various stakeholders undertake various responsibilities in the community, people can be safer. If people are safer, resilience increases in the communities and then in the city as a whole. This logic of planning to implementation to achievement is key for people in the community to realize why their participation is critical. In order to support these achievements made by communities and to make it sustainable, institutional changes will be very important, which may include passing of local regulations or ordinances. Often we see policies being formed, but the implementation is weak. One of the reasons for this is that people do not have the ownership of the policy being implemented. So we really see good laws and regulations, but mostly on paper. But if those laws and regulations are developed around the practices that people are already familiar with, it can empower the community leaders as well as the residents. This bottom-up process is crucial as the communities will have the proper profiling of their area and can be taught how to best utilize the data to meet the requirements under the legislation. Let me give you another example from a city called Iloilo in the Philippines where we worked. This city was completely devastated in 2008 during Typhoon Frank, and more than 80% of the city was completely inundated. Over the course of 5 years from 2012, we trained over 13,000 facilitators, including personnel from the local government, who have since then become the core group to develop as well as execute various kinds of DRR activities in the communities in coordination with the stakeholders. The composition of the 13,000 plus facilitators looked like this. 48% was represented by people of various government levels and departments, 42% from the academic and private sector, and 10% was from the vulnerable groups. As a result, the achievements connected to the city's overall objectives of making the city resilient through various pillars that they had identified necessary for the growth. Since the completion of the project in 2017, Iloilo City has won several regional as well as national awards on DRR, and the city now is one of the most progressive cities in the Philippines. So if we look at sustainable resilience of communities, among many other factors, it may have the following. Communities know ways to develop mechanism. This is because they have been involved in the planning process. Preemptive evacuations can be taken based on simulations and exercises and protocols. This is also because they collected their own data and know how to utilize it. And when you are engaged in developing plans for your community, ownership of protecting your own community grows. This in turn develops the closely knit network among stakeholders, government, academic, private sector, and the residents in the community. In the process to make communities take ownership of the institutional framework, we found it necessary to focus on positive aspects of the community. And since we are talking today about mental health, I would like to focus on the positive impacts to our mental health state after experiencing hardships. Normally, when we talk about disasters and mental health, we also talk about PTSD cases, which generally focuses on negative impacts. But not everything is negative about the disasters as we saw during this pandemic. This realization of positive psychological impacts or post-traumatic growth can be utilized further to give people hope and something to look forward to. This would be my final slide, but just take a look at some positive impacts of the pandemic. Earlier in the days when cities went into lockdown, instantly people could feel the quality of air improving. Also, there was no sound pollution from the vehicles and factories. This was a positive realization on our environment. In Japan, early on, many actually felt uncomfortable not getting into the rush hour trains and going to work only to spend the entire day inside a building and getting back home late again in a crowded train. But when big companies pushed for working from home, people started to realize what they were missing. No stress of commuting, rise in worker productivity, saving on rent because they can now move out of the urban areas, more family time, etc. And now, 70% of the urban working population wish to continue working from home. Many companies are leaving the big corporate buildings in urban areas and moving to rural areas with more open space and better natural environment. Another dramatic change was also observed in the very low rate of seasonal influenza because people became so cautious about COVID-19 that hygiene level has just improved significantly. And while it is unfortunate that we have lost so many people around the world due to coronavirus, those who survived after being tested positive are finding new meaning in life and a high appreciation for health workers who have worked around the clock from day one. These kinds of PTG will strengthen community bonding when shared and ultimately make them more resilient. So this brings me back to my title that if we really prioritize working at the community levels and mainstream DRR and health issues at the grassroots level properly, communities can regain confidence in building resilience even after the traumatic experience like the pandemic. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and please stay safe.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hirata, for your very insightful presentation. Considering the fact that almost all cities in the world are suffering with the limitation of resources and budget, he highlights the significance of prioritizing disaster risk reduction efforts and policies in terms of dealing with the hazards that cities currently face. Thank you ever so much. Well, last but least, let us welcome our last presenter, Amit Proti, Regional Director of Resilient Cities Network, Asia Pacific in Singapore. Mr. Proti, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. You may begin if you're ready.
Yes, I can start.
Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm really happy to share this screen, the stage with partners who we've worked with for a while, and including people we met last year. I was there at the first forum, and I'm really excited that this Urban Resilience Forum and the focus on resilience that Seoul City is putting continues. We're really excited to be a partner in this effort. I work with the Resilient Cities Network, and today what I really want to highlight is 2 points. What are we learning as a network from cities across the world? And we already heard a little bit from Tel Aviv, which is one of our network cities. And the second thing really is, how do we get cities to think about the systems approach? How do we look at the systems that are in need of improvement so that we can be better prepared, to build resilience as we go along beyond this pandemic? So those are my 2 key points. I will the network itself, our mission is to touch 220 million urban dwellers around the world, improve the lives of vulnerable urban residents, and channel investments into cities to build urban resilience. Some of you may have heard of us as our previous avatar, which was the 100 Resilient Cities Network. We've now evolved into this Resilient Cities Network. We help cities around the world become resilient, not only to physical challenges, but also to physical, social, economic, and a variety of other challenges. We are a city-led network, and we've been working for the last 10 years in the field of urban resilience. Member cities are across the world. There's about 100 of them, and I'm really happy that Seoul is one of them. I've been working closely with the city for the last 3 years now, helping Seoul come up with their resilience strategy. The learnings from Seoul have been shared with other cities, as well as learnings from other cities have been shared with cities, with Seoul, as well as other, it's a network of cities, and learning has been incredibly important for the network. And why do I say that? I think because as we are starting to come out, or hopefully we're coming out, UK has just started the vaccination yesterday, and we are all starting to be hopeful that we are starting to see, the light at the end of this tunnel, but that doesn't mean that there won't be other challenges that come our way. For that, I think what we have started to do as a network is say, okay, let us learn from the 100 cities and partners, such as UNDRR, such as WeGo, such as others, to start to understand what has worked during the pandemic, what are some of the key lessons we can pick up from the experiences of cities during this pandemic, and then use that to actually be better prepared as we go forward. So I'll just highlight a few key themes that have started to emerge. These are not the comprehensive list, but this is just starting to give an idea of how different cities have been adapting. And these are examples that resonate across multiple cities. There's a whole focus on reorganization of local government that has happened during this pandemic. Cities are leveraging technologies. Cities are looking more carefully at vulnerabilities. Communication has become incredibly important, and we already saw a couple of examples from the previous speakers. And then cities are starting to talk about how do we actually plan for recovery. I'll give you some examples of what I mean. So when we're talking about reorganization of local government, we have examples that come across from Buenos Aires in South Africa, in South America, Milan in Europe, where when the pandemic hit, governments started to say we need to address the pandemic, but we still need to actually continue our day-to-day functions. So each of these municipalities and a number of others started to reorganize, which was literally an adaptation technique for the pandemic. And what that meant is, the government had to do some services, had to respond, had to do crisis management. And that led to completely reorganization of government functions. This has happened in Seoul, this has happened in a number of other cities. And what we are trying to do is how can we learn from this experience so that we can be prepared, again, going into the future. Things like in the UK, the Royal Mail Postal Service suddenly started doing, delivering medical aid, checking on vulnerable populations. This was all a function of government that was shifted because of the pandemic. In that context, cities have been leveraging technology, and Anat didn't talk about it, but she's actually spoken earlier to other network cities, where Tel Aviv actually very early during the pandemic went into a completely virtual mode, set up centers for providing basic services that were needed, started to look at innovation by doing hackathons. She talked about the 70,000 elderly population, but they also brought in innovators to see how could you build apps and other ways of engaging with the vulnerable population. So really, some cities have done extremely well where they're starting to leverage technology to essentially say, how do we serve our citizens better and be better prepared. And one example I do want to highlight is the city of Buenos Aires, where the city had started focusing on digital education in their schools. This was before the pandemic hit, and when the pandemic hit, they were actually much better prepared for the kids to be learning from home. So the kids were used to using technology at home, teachers were used to using technology to teach. The infrastructure had been built and had been substantiated so that they could actually use that system to provide the education services that then became in demand during the pandemic. So again, focusing on focusing on technology before the pandemic actually allowed them to be much better prepared during the actual crisis. And I'm sure there are other examples in other cities that are doing that as well. So the idea is, let's start capturing these experiences and then start preparing for recovery through these experiences. Another example I want to touch about is around food security. When we've experienced shutdowns, the ability for the food system to function the way it has, cities, because I come from an urban background, cities are relying now on the supplies that are coming from vast areas beyond the city. And when you do a shutdown, you're suddenly, blocking or impacting the food system. We need to rethink that system. And when I say that, I wanted to share an example from Quito, where the city, as part of their resilience work over the past 4 or 5 years, had already identified that they needed to be better prepared in their food systems in the urban space. And they had started looking at urban farms and other ways of spurring job opportunities, livelihoods, but also strengthening their food system. When the pandemic hit, they immediately had the ability to feed 100,000 people, vulnerable people, because they had already been thinking about the food system in their city. So they were able to reach, they knew who the vulnerable population was. They had a network of, they had a way of understanding vulnerability. So they had, understanding through mapping. They had an understanding of reaching out to neighborhood leaders. They had a way of identifying who was in need of this service, and then could easily mobilize because they had already been preparing and looking at food security in their city. Communication, I think I won't touch on this much because we saw a fantastic example just now on mental health in Seoul, but there are a lot of other cities that have learned from previous pandemics and previous disasters to actually do a much better job when it comes to communication. Singapore, I'm living in Singapore, and Singapore does a very good job of sharing with their residents, what is to be done, what happens when you're shutting down, what are the actions that you as an individual need to take, etc. So they have a very well developed communication plan, which again becomes important during this pandemic, has become very important during this pandemic. And when we're talking about communication, we see an example from London, where they started to identify again early who needs, excuse me, who needs what kind of communication. Because again, this starting to recognize that a city consists of a variety of people and stakeholders, and they need different kinds of information. So London started to come up with a portal very early, where they started to look at how do you reach out to schools, how do you reach out to youth, how do you reach out to volunteers, how do you reach out to SMEs, how do you reach out to a variety of different actors in the city, and then craft the communication channels for that audience. So again, thinking about communication, government communicating with citizenry communicating with each other becomes extremely important, and we're learning across the network that this has been vital when it comes to building urban resilience. And when you talk about communication, again, it's a variety of communication types. So when you think about London as a government platform, you also have populations who may not have access to that kind of information. So then how do you provide information to stakeholders who may or may not be savvy when it comes to digital technology, etc. So you have examples from, this is South Africa, where a group called WeGo has actually done some really targeted communication with informal traders. These are street traders. Again, sharing with them what do they need to do and how can they contribute during this crisis. So again, communication is vital. Communication to different stakeholders is vital. The channels of communication are vital when you think about communicating with your and building resilience amongst your community. Planning for recovery, I think this is, so as you know, we are now 10 months into this disaster. Cities are starting to understand, are starting to say we do need to think beyond the pandemic. Now, this is just an example of a scale of, so cities are starting to think about scenarios. So the scenarios could be total quarantine on one end, and then, there is a scale where you're starting to say, there may be a quarantine, there may be a partial quarantine, there may be time when X% of the population has vaccinated, et cetera, and how does my decision as a government change along those different scenarios? So this is just an example from Medellin, which has started thinking about it, and we as an organization are also now starting to put out tools that can help cities with that kind of scenario building and thinking. I did like what my colleague from CityNet talked about, which is what is the opportunity here. So we do have an opportunity. If you look at history, and I'm an urban planner, it's not the first time that pandemics are shaping cities. There's a long history of pandemics changing cities, and some of them have been very positive. The whole notion of zoning in today's urban planning comes from a response to pandemics in the 18th, 19th century, as a response to crowded cities. Similarly, the cholera outbreak in the 19th century led to the modern sewerage system. So it's really important for us to think about, how is this crisis actually going to give us an impetus for long-term transformative change in the city? If you look at the Wall Street Journal article that came out in July, it's really sharing that how cities are looking at bicycling and pedestrianization more carefully, because how we use the city and how we interact with the city is changing, and it becomes really important to think about how can we actually leverage that for long-term gains. And these could be environmental gains, these could be other gains as well. So I just wanted to highlight that there is a moment here for us to think about long-term urban transformation. We as an organization have been collecting a lot of information. So we've organized a series of webinars with the World Bank. We're now at, I think, at the 32nd or 33rd webinar, really bringing a different lens each week. This has been a weekly session looking at aging cities, looking at how you communicate risk, looking at density, looking at a variety of topics, so that city actors can start to understand what can we learn from the current crisis, and how are cities actually working with each other, and starting to, what are some commonalities that are emerging when cities are, in this pandemic. So again, my 2 points really are, we do need to learn from this crisis, and we need to think about the systems that we need to change and bring long-term urban transformation. With that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amit Proti. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. If I may recap his two main lessons, I think the first lesson he stressed, it would be what we can learn from this crisis, and how we can look at the cities as a sort of resilient system in the future. Okay. As far as I know, this session is supposed to finish at 12, so I would guess we only have less than 10 minutes for panel discussion. So if you have any question or comments to all those speakers, then feel free to ask or make a comment. Anyone? Okay. Anyone? So we learned so much from each other's presentation. Then let me just ask your opinions or ideas on what are the main challenges in terms of strengthening intercity cooperation or collaboration, and furthermore, how we could work better with regards to build more resilient cities in the world in this challenging time. So shall I ask Mr. Hirati? Oh, yeah.
Oh, thanks for a very good question. And I think the issue here is, firstly, there are a lot of networks of cities around the world. They need to all get together. They need to talk to each other and make a more coherent approach for cities. So that I would say is one very important aspect going forward.
I think in this context, I mean, as you mentioned right now, I think we need to sort of communicate and learn from each other. And I think that's the main reason for having this event today. Okay, anyone? Ms. Kaspi, do you have anything to say? It was a fantastic
I would like to
presentation.
join what my colleague Sanjaya just said, to quote a world-known, also Israeli historian, Yuval Noah Harari. His new book, he says, called Sapiens, he says that what is different for humans and animals is the ability to cooperate in large numbers. So I feel that this conference is the most human act and react we can do as a society in front of this crisis. And the best way and the best human react will be to cooperate together, to share knowledge, to share practices, and to use this opportunity to bridge over gaps and build a resilient society for the unprivileged sectors, for the most vulnerable populations.
Okay, thank you so much for your valuable comment. How about Director Harata? Do you have anything to say further on this?
Yes, actually, I also concur with Sanjay that there are so many city organizations, and in our case, we're just limited to Asia Pacific. But if there is a way or a platform where these networks can engage in technical collaborations on specific topics, I think that might help alleviate some of the challenges that we have now, because a lot of the networks right now are also working on very similar topics, and instead of duplicating each other's works, I think we can learn a lot and complement each other's work if we have such kind of collaborations.
Okay, thank you ever so much. Although we are facing all those difficult times, but all thanks to this digital technologies and everything, we still can talk and then, share our ideas and opinions together, and we could, deal with this kind of crisis in the future, I think, in more better way and a more informative way. Anything to say, Ms. Rakasa Nagaraga?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank for all the speakers, so we can learn from Bandung. So I'm agree that networking, sharing, collaboration is that's what we need, especially like us work directly head-to-head with the community at city level. So I think we can follow up this event. And then why? Because we have to transform the planning and etc. in my city. So thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Prati?
Yes.
Anything
look,
to further on? Yeah.
I completely appreciate what my colleagues are saying. I think we're all representing city networks, but let's also highlight the role here for cities themselves. The networks are actually amplifying and collecting what cities are doing. So the more cities are actually willing to share and participate, I think that's really the opportunity. And then the networks can coordinate to provide a platform for those examples to be shared across to other cities. So to me, I think it's the city networks, but also the cities themselves and the fantastic work that cities are doing that needs to be highlighted through these networks.
Okay,
So thank you for Anat and others here who really
Thank you for your comments. Anyway, Professor Kim is here with me. Anything to say? Yeah.
네, 도시 간의 협력이 중요하다는 말.
The cooperation and collaboration among cities is of critical importance. I totally agree with you. And one of the things we put into practice is the online training of gatekeepers. The idea actually originated from London. I learned from London, and psychological vaccine actually I learned from the United States, one of the cities in the United States. So I think we can share ideas and knowledge only by sharing it. I think you can inspire others to such a great degree. So I think the existence of network itself can give such a great strength and encouragement to everyone involved. I totally agree with you.
Listen to what he said. So he said he stressed again the significance of a city's collaboration, and then when he presented his materials or cases of Seoul, that this psychological vaccine that he adopted from the case from USA, and the other case, which is online gatekeeper, he also learned from other cities' experience. So we could all learn from other cities' endeavors and experience, and we could collaborate and cooperate in the future in a more better way. Okay. So in a sense, I think crisis like COVID-19 give us huge opportunity to learn from each other. So I just want to make sure anyone, any more comments on this session? Please, by all means, feel free to ask or make comment. I think it's about lunchtime, so shall we conclude our session here? Are we all agree upon closing this session now? Okie dokie. Please stay safe and well, and we'll see you again next year. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, see you.
네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 저희 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 참여해주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사 인사드립니다. Thank you once again to all of the participants and speakers for a fruitful session, and of course those who are in odd hours as well. Thank you for your participation. 저희는 1시 30분에 다시 세션 2를 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 보고 계시는 유튜브 채널을 그대로 활용을 할 거니까요. 그대로 열어두시고 휴식 시간 가지시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 저희 공동 주최 기관인 UNDRR에서 도시 회복력을 위한 계획인 MCR 2030이죠. 그 영상을 같이 준비하셨다고 합니다. 보시고 1시 30분에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. And so we will now break until session 2, which will start at 1:30 p.m. And please leave the window on for your YouTube channel because we will be using the same channel. And before we do break, we have a short video about MCR 2030, which is a campaign for urban resilience led by UNDRR, our co-hosts for this forum. So please enjoy the video, and we will see you back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. 네, 휴식 시간 잘 즐기셨나요? 2020 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼 이제 세션 2를 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 두 번째 세션은 첨단 기술과 회복력 있는 도시 인프라라는 주제로 다양한 발표와 또 토론이 이어질 예정입니다. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoyed the break wherever you are, whether it was your lunch break or your morning break. Thank you once again for your participation in Session 2. Session 2 will be held under the theme of Smart and Resilient Urban Infrastructure. 네, 그럼 본격적인 시작에 앞서서 저희가 준비한 주제 영상 먼저 시청하시겠습니다. Before we proceed, let us view a short thematic video.
International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2020. Smart and Resilient Urban Infrastructure. Half of the world's population is living in urban cities. Urbanization has led to a rapid increase in population and caused diverse problems, which have been more complicated and difficult to solve recently with the advent of a variety of issues, such as environmental issues, including climate change, fine dust, waste management, and the deterioration of our living environments, including decrepit infrastructures and overpopulation. As our daily life has changed due to the sudden disaster of COVID-19, urban problems are becoming more serious. How can we handle these urban problems as we face the age that required the transformation of growth and shifts? That is, the building of a smart city infrastructure. Upon the citywide system with tens of thousands of urban infrastructures intertwining roads, subways, power lines, water supply systems, and drainage systems, the smart technologies should be applied in line with the fourth industrial revolution to improve the efficiency in the city management and the quality of life of citizens. Additionally, the big data system will predict the risk of disasters, minimize the damages, and build the city's resilience. A safe and smart city will be initiated with new infrastructures. Smart and resilient urban infrastructure.
네, 그럼 바로 세션 2를 시작하기에 앞서서 저희 오늘 함께해 주시는 발표자분들을 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 온라인에 접속해 계시는 해외 연사분들 먼저 인사를 할 텐데요. 호명되시면 잠시 인사해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. So next I'd like to introduce some of our participants and speakers who are with us today. But first of all, let us introduce some of our speakers who are overseas. And for those of you whose name I call, please wave for everyone and say hello. 그럼 일단 먼저 싱가포르부터 향해 보겠습니다. We'll start with Singapore. 프란시스 게스키에르 세계은행 재난경감관리국장님, 안녕하세요. Thank you once again for your participation, Mr. Francis Guessier, Practice Manager of Urban Disaster Risk Management, Land and Geospatial at World Bank. 네, 다음은 포르투갈의 아마도라로 향해 보겠습니다. 현지 시각으로는 지금 현재 4시 반 정도를 조금 넘기고 있을 텐데요. Next, we go to Amadora, Portugal, and the local time, I believe, is a little bit past 4:30 a.m. 네, 루이스 카르바요 아마도라 안전국장님, 다시 한번 감사합니다. Mr. Luis Carvalho, Civil Protection Coordinator and Local Police Commander of Amadora Municipality. Thank you once again for joining us despite the early hours. 네, 다음은 스튜디오에 계시는 세 분 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. We also have 3 presenters here in the studio. 먼저 좌장을 맡아주실 고인석 서울기술연구원장님 함께하고 계십니다. First, we have President Ko In-seok of Seoul Institute of Technology and the Sessions Chair today. 다음으로는 한재현 서울시 안전총괄 실장님도 자리에 계십니다. And next, Mr. Han Jae-hyun, Deputy Mayor of Security Management at the Seoul Metropolitan Government. 마지막으로 최준영 서울기술연구원 스마트도시연구실 연구위원님도 함께하고 계십니다. And last but not least, Mr. Choi Jun-young, Research Fellow at the Seoul Institute of Technology. 다시 한번 감사합니다. Thank you once again for your participation. 자, 그럼 지금부터 고인석 원장님께서 앞으로 진행을 맡아주시겠습니다. 원장님 부탁드리겠습니다. And from now, President In-seok Ko will moderate our session. So I will now hand over the microphone to Mr. Ko.
여러분 반갑습니다. 방금
Good
소개받은
afternoon.
서울기술연구원
I
원장
am
고인석입니다.
In Soko and currently president of Seoul
서울국제도시
Institute of
협력
Technology.
포럼 두 번째 세션에
We are now
함께
ready to
해주시는
begin the second
국내
session of the
세계
International
각국의
Urban Resilience
대단히
Forum, Seoul
감사합니다.
2020. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of the speakers and all of those who are viewing this on our YouTube channel. Currently, we are working to create a platform to converge technology with many urban practices, and currently this is a Seoul City-sponsored organization. We have organized previous forums, and I have made the welcoming speech then, and today I will also like to continue that momentum. I am very pleased and honored to have this opportunity to moderate today's session. The second session theme is smart and resilient urban infrastructure. As you already know, the resilience of a city has to do with organizing and allocating physical and human resources to ensure that the city recovers quickly from that crisis. In order to strengthen that resilience, today it is important to realize the impact of technology. Our research institute is working closely with Seoul City to ensure that Seoul City is strengthening resilience against disasters and to ensure that Seoul becomes more sustainable. We have 6 presenters today. I would like to ask you to keep your presentations within 10 minutes. Now I would like to start the presentations on cities' efforts to strengthen resilience and the direction that we need to take forward. The city is comprised of many infrastructures, including highways, subways, telecommunication networks, and water systems. These infrastructure will inevitably become outdated, and this can cause problems and costs for the cities. The convergence with smart technology can contribute to improving the quality of these infrastructures. And now I would like to introduce the Deputy Mayor of Safety Management of Seoul Metropolitan Government, Mr. Jae-hyun Han.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Jae-hyun Han, Deputy Mayor of Safety Management of Seoul Metropolitan Government. I would like to introduce to you Seoul's infrastructure management plan using smart technologies. Let me start with the background. The infrastructure of Seoul, built over the 70s and 80s alongside a rapid urbanization, has some potential safety issues due to their rapid conditions. Recognizing the need to respond preemptively to aging infrastructure, we are planning to roll out the integrated smart maintenance and management platform using smart technologies for the first time in Korea.
지금 보시는 사진과 영상들은 유지관리 미비로 발생한
The photos and the images on the slide are of the bridges in other countries that collapsed due to improper maintenance. These accidents claimed lives and caused serious property damages, so it cannot be overemphasized how important it is to maintain those facilities and infrastructure.
1994년 성수대교 붕괴 사고와
Well, Seoul had other types of accidents due to safety issues like Jeongneuncheon or Seongsu Bridge back in 1994. These accidents remind us of how important it is to carefully maintain aged facilities. Today, I will touch upon technologies that Seoul plans to deploy and develop further.
시설물의 상태를 명확히 파악하고
The Seoul Metropolitan Government plans to develop and deploy an integrated management system for infrastructure and facilities in order to clearly understand the conditions of the facilities and be braced for safety issues that might possibly occur in the future. Preemptive management means identifying problems in advance and responding to it. By analyzing structural performance, we can estimate the current structural strength of facilities and infrastructure. This is essential for preemptive management. By October this year, Seoul completed digitization of information regarding all 7 types of facilities, including roads, waterworks, sewage system, waterfront facilities, railways, conduits, and heat pipes, in order to look into the future to identify problems that might happen in the future. The information on past inspection, diagnosis, and repair is critical, and any defect data must be put into the database. Also, digital database enables reproduction of new information through rough statistical processing. The Seoul Metropolitan Government is the only local government in Korea equipped with a digital system enabling flexible application of data for infrastructure. This means we are well positioned in terms of implementing the smart management system. Let's take a look at the types of technology used for bridges in the smart management system. As you can see on the right side of the slide, we relied in the past on the visual bridge safety inspection. Such a methodology is hard to be objective, as each inspector would exercise one's own judgment. In addition to that, it poses the risk of safety incident and makes it difficult to inspect the entire structure. As a result, there might be some safety gaps leading to safety incidents. In order to solve these issues, we have drawn up this concept to apply various enabling technologies to a structure. As you can see, drones are doing the work previously done by human inspectors. Using drones, you can see the conditions of the entire bridge, including the lower part of it, usually extremely inaccessible by humans. This secures the safety of the inspectors, reduces the hours put in for inspection, and leads to even more accurate and objective results using video analysis. You can use wired cameras and various sensors, among others. In particular, sensors can help to minimize inspection gaps from the perspective of constant monitoring. This information harvested from the field is utilized for maintenance using BIM-based three-dimensional information model. BIM can be effective only when every piece of information is digital and available for use. But most of the information at our disposal is in document format, so it was quite difficult for use to bring about immediate paradigm shift. The Seoul Metropolitan Government has digitized all the maintenance data of public facilities and is now ready to create a completely new type of management system. It would be fair to say that it is essential to have an innovative platform such as BIM, as maintenance of all the stages throughout the life cycle of a facility takes the longest hours and generates the most amount of information. The Seoul Metropolitan Government plans to develop enabling technologies for the advanced measuring, data processing, and performance assessment. On top of that, we will deploy BIM to manage these operations on a single platform. Then let's go through various technologies briefly. First is using unmanned devices to detect structural damage. This is a technology to swiftly and accurately perform safety inspection using drones and rail cams for the sections not accessible by human inspectors. With these devices, approximately 70% of field operations, mostly visual inspection, can be automated, and the time required for office work will be cut nearly half. Information gathering will be streamlined as well. Korea is the world's leader in IT. Seoul, in particular, is by far the most wired city in the world with advanced communications network. We have the optimal conditions to utilize public Wi-Fi's or communications networks, and sharing and transmitting information will be more convenient in Seoul than in any other cities. Thus, we plan to develop a manual to convert convert and store video and sensing information in a certain format to automate the report generation, as well as an algorithm with which we can determine a defect using artificial intelligence or AI. Let me turn to some of the technologies tested directly by the Seoul Metropolitan Government. First is a video-based structural safety diagnosis technology. Using ray cams and wide cams, we can effectively record the inside of the top structure or bottom of a bridge. The images obtained will be analyzed using AI engine to automatically detect cracks or any abnormalities. The video-enabled technology is applicable to bridges and tunnels, as well as conduits. We expect that this technology will advance enough to enable us to obtain information we want in a format we would like to have it in a few years' time. Last but not least, I would like to talk about how to secure a three-dimensional model. To implement BIM, it is critical to develop a 3D model of a target structure. However, most facilities were built 30 to 40 years ago, and their drawings are in a poor condition to be converted into a 3D model. As an alternative, we tested an approach of using drones and point cloud. This will create a 3D model by means of processing the image data using drones. This methodology has been tested in a wide range of fields, raising its feasibility. So far, I have explained the management platform using the up-to-date technologies. Going forward, these technologies will become essential. Most technologies that we have discussed so far are already available. Once proper testing process is done, they can be applied to the area of maintenance in a short period of time. Furthermore, another set of new innovative technologies that go beyond our wireless stream will come out. Smart management technologies will enable us to identify, locate, and even solve the problems that we have failed to see or figure out before, and able to preemptively detect the problems of the future that have been difficult to grasp and respond to and address them accordingly. In addition, we will not spare any efforts to create values using advanced technologies such as robotics, AI, and big data to build and rebuild sustainable and resilient urban infrastructure for everyone. Thank you very much. After the Korean War, Seoul has achieved and accomplished a compact and compressed economic development, but most of the infrastructure was built in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Because of that, those infrastructure and facilities are aging at such a high pace, causing various problems. That is why I believe it is essential for us to take a smart approach. In that sense, using AI, drones, and robotics and other advanced technologies will be quite useful to identify and detect any damage to those infrastructure and facilities and preemptively manage them. I'd like to recognize your hard work and efforts.
세계은행에서 도시개발 및 이용관리 업무를 담당하고 계신 프란시스 게스퀴어 재난경감관리국장님을 뵙겠습니다. 국장님 준비되셨을까요?
We will now move on to Singapore to listen to the presentation of Mr. Francis Gesquier. Are you ready?
네, 국장님 발표 부탁드립니다. 예.
Should I start?
네, 부탁합니다.
Yes, please begin.
Thank you very much. As said in the introduction, my name is Francis Gesquier. I'm a practice manager at the World Bank. And so we're going to travel from Seoul, which is probably one of the most sophisticated, more advanced city in the world, to the countries that we serve, which are less fortunate and less advanced, but where the issue of resilience is certainly as important. And what I would like to do here is to focus on that topic, the word resilience. The title for this session, Smart and Resilient Urban Infrastructure, is a bit of a mouthful. Each word is very important, but I think the central word is resilience. So I thought it would be interesting to take you a little bit through a journey, which is the journey of that concept of resilience and how it's been understood, how it's evolved in the world of development, and how we try to support developing countries. I think the World Bank is not unique in this. I think most development agencies have gone through the same journey, and it's quite interesting to see this evolution. You see that technology is part of it, and has certainly been an enabler, but probably not the most important element in many of these countries. So if I can move to my second slide, let's see if, here we are. For those who are old enough and who started working in this topic about maybe 20, 25 years ago, you remember that the concept of resilience, or at that time was much more called disaster risk management, really made important strides with the advent of computer power. And basically around the 2010, you had a lot of new tools becoming available, and in particular, the capacity to develop a probabilistic model, a risk model, that then could be used for many things, for improvement in infrastructure designs, for a damage scenario that help you pre-position assets, to help you basically understand much better the potential impact of adverse natural event. And then you had a whole wave of new projects coming to the fore at the World Bank. This led to very, very large programs in Turkey. For example, the ISME program was more than $1 billion over the years, and with another $1 billion invested by, provided by the European Union. And Turkey has really transformed itself in strengthening its infrastructure to become resilient, or more resilient to earthquake. The same happened in India, in Colombia. We had quite a few countries really engaging into this agenda over time. And then around, over the years, the topic of climate adaptation became more and more important. And here again, technology was important because climate became important because we started to understand better the increased variability in weather pattern, and we started to be able to project and to have a bit more of a sense of where the world was going. But it also brought a new dimension, which was this dimension of uncertainty, the fact that we were certainly not so much, we were able to assess risk through risk models, but certainly we had to take into account much more uncertainty, the fact that we can't really predict what the weather will be. And what you have here on the left of this slide is these are a whole series of global model predicting the weather in 50 years in a specific part of the world. And clearly not every model come up with the same predictability. And that led to new concepts. The concept of maladaptation, try to make sure that when we bring or try to promote a solution, that we're sure that this is a solution that is as good for the short term as it is for the long term. The concept of decision under uncertainty and all the techniques that were developed to try to avoid setting ourselves in path that would not be unsustainable, even if in the short term it gives you a higher return on investment, or it seemed to be an obvious solution. And that actually led to a lot of integration of nature-based solutions that provide much more flexibility in the way we deal with especially hydrometeorological events. It also, there were more and more discussion about coastal protection, the heat island effect, and other elements. But then came COVID, right? And with COVID, suddenly this entire, by the way, in the previous slide, I should have mentioned that two communities, the disaster risk management communities and climate adaptation community, which at the beginning were completely at loggerhead, which were not talking to each other, certainly started integrating and talking the same language, and is now at a point where people have forgotten that 20 years ago, these were two competing communities. Now everybody's working in the same direction. But then came COVID-19, and with COVID-19 came a lot of new, I wouldn't say new concepts. None of these concepts are actually new. They've always been there, but it really brought them to the fore when thinking, when talking about resilience. The concept of density. Is density good or bad? I think we now have realized that density is good, but it's good if it's managed properly. What is a healthy environment? Health should be part of the resilience agenda. Greening, green space, clean air, less pollution is part of it. Age-friendly cities. How do we make sure that older people are not just people that are parked away in home, but are actually can continue to contribute to society and be part of life, because that makes them much more resilient and is actually beneficial for all of society. To me, the element that COVID-19 has really brought to the fore is this concept of equity and inclusiveness. I think with COVID-19, we realized that society is only as resilient as its weakest part. We're all on the same boat. If the boat is taking water on one side, the whole boat is eventually going to sink. And if half of the population is sick, it's impossible for the rest of the population to remain healthy. We also, of course, talked a little bit about food security. So when talking about what is a smart city at the World Bank, more and more we talk much more about cities that are capable of integrating all of this dimension, capable of thinking about the aging population, about food security, about equity, about density issues. And of course, technology is important. It's an enabler, and the World Bank we're looking at, and we're using drones and artificial intelligence and robotics, and have high hopes on the use of the Internet of Things and other elements. But these elements are there to support an integrative view of how a city should function. Very often we have observed, especially in developing countries, that we have technologies looking for a solution rather than a problem looking for a solution. And it's very important to try to really focus on solving problem rather than applying technology. So as a conclusion, I would simply, and I'm not going to read all of these elements, but I think we more and more try to think about a smart city as one that managed to integrate the multiple dimension to the benefits of all of its inhabitants, and protecting, making sure that the most unfortunate are integrated in the equation is fundamental. And of course, nature help with it, and technology is also a very big element. So I'll leave it here. I'm really looking forward to the conversation later in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gasquier, for your insightful presentation. He talked about smart city and resilience, and I believe that he gave the direction for those concepts, and he gave us perspectives from diverse areas. And in terms of services and job creation and so on, you also emphasized equitable and inclusive society, and I think that was very inspirational. And to this end, we all need to work together. That gave a lot of insight to us. Thank you once again.
Next speaker is from London. How to create a pleasant and comfortable smart city with technologies. Mr. Nathan Pierce, head of the Smart London team and program director for Sharing Cities, will give his presentation. He has some urgent matters to attend to, so he prepared a video for this forum.
Hi everybody, my name is Nathan Pearce. I am the Programme Director for Sharing Cities at the Greater London Authority, where I'm also the head of the Smart London team. And the Smart London team in the GLA supports the Mayor of London and the Chief Digital Officer in delivering the Smart City strategy for London. Now I'd like to first start by saying a big thank you to the organisers of this event for inviting us along to speak. If there's anything further that you wish to know following this presentation from myself, then please get in touch via our website, www.sharingcities.eu. Now, today I'm going to start by talking a little bit about what's happening in London from a smart cities point of view. Then I'm going to talk to you about our Sharing Cities programme and a bit more detail about what the kind of technology we've been testing in the project. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about our Internet of Things framework, which has come out of the Sharing Cities work. So firstly, a little bit of a background about London. London is one of the world's great cities, as many of you will know already, and it's quite a large and complex city. It's not just one government, but multiple governments. We've got 32 separate London boroughs, plus the City of London, each one with a population of, 250 to 350,000. We have over 33 NHS trusts and CCGs, and we have a number of major pan-London agencies, which includes Transport for London, Police, Fire Brigade, ambulance services. And also we've got a number of opportunity areas. Lots of London is regenerating. We've got over 40 areas which are regenerating at quite a pace. And London is also a leading tech hub in the world, particularly in the areas of medtech, artificial intelligence, fintech, and also, we hope, clean tech. Now, this kind of fragmentation and complexity brings with it some challenges in how you coordinate all of these various parts, but it also brings a number of opportunities as well, particularly when it comes to being able to take more risks and engage with our citizens. And London's size can seem quite daunting in a way, but in reality, particularly as a smart city, we operate more as a region rather than a single city, made up of 33 medium-sized cities. Now, in order to address this complexity, the Chief Digital Officer in 2017 launched the Smarter London Together roadmap, and this is a strategy for making London the smartest city in the world. And through this strategy, we've been looking at 5 key areas: how we can deploy more user-centered design, how we use data to improve services for the lives of our citizens, how we can increase connectivity and smart infrastructure in the City of London, how can we encourage and improve digital leadership at all levels, and then also the toughest nut to crack, how can we encourage more collaboration, both between public sector agencies and also with the private sector and academic sectors as well. Now, this strategy has been running for over 3 years now, and most of the actions in there we have managed to realise successfully, and we're currently looking at what the next phase of this roadmap could be. But as it stands, if you want to have a look at it, if you Google the Smarter London Together report card, you can see what's on this screen here, where it shows you all of the work that we've been doing so far. Now, some of the highlights that we've been working on in London are on the screen now. This includes supporting the expansion of full fibre and preparing for 5G across London using public assets to stimulate some of the infrastructure investment. We've also been looking at how we enhance London's data store, the jewel in our data crown, as a central registry for data in London, which creates opportunities for data partnerships between public, private and academic sectors. We've also been setting open calls to the tech sector to help us to solve some of the city's challenges, which we call the Civic Innovation Challenge. We've been delivering some common innovation projects across London with the London Office of Technology and Innovation, otherwise known as LOTTI, which was set up about 2 years ago, involving over 15 of London's boroughs. We've been providing some clearer routes to local government procurement through our new 33 platform, particularly for smaller suppliers and supporting our SMEs. For a long time now, we've been testing ideas with Londoners directly through the newly redesigned Talk London platform. And this is just a small taste of some of the stuff that we do in London, which looks at how we can both involve the citizen, enhance technology, and grow our tech sector. Now, one of the projects, which is probably our largest project, certainly the largest smart city research and development program the Greater London Authority manages, is Sharing Cities. Now, Sharing Cities is a Horizon 2020 program which is testing 10 types of smart technology, which spans across mobility, smart lamppost, retrofit, citizen engagement, energy management. And we're testing this technology in the 3 cities of Greenwich in London, Milan in Lisbon, Milan in Italy, and Lisbon in Portugal. And there are lighthouse cities who are grant funded. We have 24 million euros in funding to test those 10 types of technology. And then we have our 3 fellow cities, which is Burgas in Bulgaria, Bordeaux in France, and Warsaw in Poland, who are ready to replicate what works from this program. We have over 34 partners. It's a large partnership that covers various different sectors and involved in various different parts of the program. And it is a 5-year program. We've just recently had a year extension because of the impact of COVID, but we're coming towards the end. So we've actually tested all of this technology already. We know what works, we know what doesn't. And at the moment, we're looking at how we can scale up and mainstream the work and how we can leverage in further investment. So the main objectives of Sharing Cities are to demonstrate the benefits of scale, to demonstrate the benefits of low carbon technology. Primarily, this is about clean tech. We're looking at how we can open up and accelerate the smart city marketplace, and we're looking at how we can make the case for collaboration. And as I mentioned earlier, this is particularly an important subject for London. So I'm going to talk you through now some of the types of technology we've deployed, starting with retrofitting our buildings. Now, if we want to hit our ambitious carbon reduction targets, now in London and the UK, we have a target to meet net zero carbon by 2050. We really need to start focusing on retrofitting our existing buildings. And this is a big challenge. Furthermore, because of COVID, people are spending much more time in their homes now, working there as well as living there. So the quality of people's existing homes is becoming more important than ever. So alongside standards for new homes, we have been testing the deep retrofit of existing buildings. This is, you do the standard retrofitting of insulation and new windows and stuff like that. But in addition to that, you also add in smart measures, things like temperature controls, light control, noise controls, all of which help to reduce energy and manage an asset remotely. You can also partner this up with shared electric vehicles for the housing block, and also our sustainable energy management system that optimizes energy inputs and outputs. And by doing this, you can dramatically reduce the amount of energy that your existing buildings use. In our tests in Sharing Cities, we're seeing energy reductions of 60% and more sometimes. So this is really serious stuff. Now, in doing this, it's really important that you make sure that you work with the citizens. We've also been testing a series of co-design methodologies with our residents, and this has resulted in some really big wins for us. So, for example, we have retrofitted Lisbon City Hall, which is, a heritage site for the country of Portugal, where the Portuguese Republic was first declared. And we have proven through that you can retrofit a historic building. And we've also been testing lots of different types of innovative technology, like heat pumps in Greenwich, where we've been looking at heating buildings using the River Thames. So we're very proud of this, and we're currently looking at how we roll out our learning from this work across the whole of our cities in the Sharing Cities programme. Now, the second area that's a big area for us is our e-mobility solutions. So a really good example of electric mobility has been our Lisbon bike sharing schemes. Now, in many ways, a bike sharing scheme in Lisbon shouldn't have worked. If you know the city, it's a city of 7 hills and cobbled streets. But by designing a bike scheme and system with the citizens and by using data to properly locate where the bikes should be, it has been incredibly successful. They started with 500 bikes, and that has now grown to 2,500 bikes, and it is still growing. And there has been kilometres of new cycle paths and infrastructure that have been implemented as a result of this. Now, in Milan and in London also, we've been testing a range of different mobility as a service types of technology. In Milan, for example, there are 10 mobility islands that have been set up which test multiple types of mobility all in one place, interconnected, sustainable, simple mobility hubs which are proving very popular and are being scaled up across the rest of the city. We've also done stuff like converted entire municipal fleets into electric vehicles, and we are replicating this work elsewhere and also feeding into the conversation around recovery. You know, what is the role of electric mobility as we see an increased amount of private car journeys? What is the role of shared mobility? Are we seeing the end potentially of private car ownership? And what is the role of home working, and how is that going to impact on how people move around a city? So the third area, and finally, is something that we've done a lot to explore is the role of data and the citizen in the makeup of smart city infrastructure. One of the things that we've done here, which is particularly innovative, is our digital social market concept. This is where we have used data and digital platforms to build an incentivization mechanism for citizens to encourage them to make low carbon choices, particularly as they move around the city and use the buildings in the city. In return, the tangible rewards. This could be, you know, a meal voucher or a drink voucher or something like that. This has proven to be very, very popular, and we've got over 4,000 people have signed up to the digital social market as we speak. We've also been looking a lot at data. In London, we have been building on the capability of London's data store. We are now able to put live data feeds into the data store from street infrastructure and sensors. This helps us to build the case of the ability to be able to do big data in our city, and also it starts to build the foundations for digital twinning and future services such as that. We've also been looking at sustainable energy management systems, which I mentioned earlier, which use data to optimize energy and inputs across a kind of town centre area, which can create further energy reductions of up to around 10%. So we've been doing a lot. We've achieved a lot in sharing cities already. Everything that I've shown you so far isn't work that we're going to do, it's stuff that we have already done. And we've spent a long time over this last year figuring out ways that we can capture our learning in what we call our playbooks, which is part of our packaging framework. We currently have 4 playbooks on the website, with a 5th one to follow soon. And these playbooks capture all of the learning from the 3 lighthouse cities, and it also reflects everything that we did from the design stage through to the implementation, through to the procurement, the monitoring, and also the kind of background information like needs analysis and market information. It's all there, set out what we did, so that you as a city or anyone who's interested can see how we implemented the types of technology that we did from the beginning, from the end, hopefully to inspire you to be able to do something similar in your local areas. And finally, we don't want to lose the learning from sharing cities. We want to make sure that we can embed this learning in the way that London operates into the future. So working closely with the London Office of Technology and Innovation, LOTI, we have been developing what we call the IoT framework, the Internet of Things framework, which sets out a framework for any city officer across London who wants to implement an IoT solution in the city, helps them to do the right thing in the right way with the right kind of technology. And what this means is the right thing is making sure that it's outcome-led and user need focused. The right way is to encourage people to do more in terms of co-design and collaboration, ensure the technology is ethical, transparent, private. And with the right technology, what we mean is that the technology is compatible with other technologies, consistent, it's secure, and it is sustainable as well. And this framework is currently in development. We're hoping to launch sometime in this autumn, and it will be an iterative framework which we keep up to date as we move on, but we should hopefully encourage people to commission Internet of Things technology with more confidence. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for inviting me along to speak today. If you want to know anything else, as I said, please visit our website, get in touch. My name's been Nathan Pierce. Thank you very much.
네, 나라 피어스 국장님.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan Pierce.
스마트 시티 하면 떠오르는 키워드는
Smart
아마
city
연결,
reminds us of connection, connectivity, sharing, collaboration, and sustainability.
생각해 볼 수 있는데
There are various
오늘
expressions that can represent
발표를
smart
보면서
city. As I listened to the presentation by Nathan Pierce,
도시 전반에
I came to see that smart technology has been introduced and adopted for buildings, transportation, and various areas. And through the collaboration with the citizens, a low-carbon city has been realized. It's really impressive. I believe that this kind of technology will significantly contribute to environmental issues throughout the world. That is why I'd like to thank you for your presentation as well.
We are ready for the next presentation. We have Dr. Junyoung Choi from the Seoul Institute of Technology. We are ready when you are ready.
Hello, I am Junyoung Choi, Research Fellow of the Seoul Institute of Technology, and I will present the research directions for the epidemic simulation model using the telecom mobility data. My presentation will discuss about the telecom mobility data and algorithm and epidemic simulation using the mobility data, and then concluding about the inclusive smart city management. Contact tracing is an important way to pinpoint those who must undertake the COVID-19 test. And where these contracted people have visited is an important source for further tests. Viral diseases are particularly detrimental to high-density and hyper-connected urban environments. However, Korean cities have maintained low numbers of confirmed cases without implementation of citywide lockdown measures. The Seoul Metropolitan Area, SMA, a case study of this research, is intrinsically vulnerable to communicable diseases because of high-density environments, one of the highest population density cities in the world, requiring fine-tuned strategies that can be supported by digital technology. This study is to develop a realistic model of virus transmission. To do that, first of all, it is necessary to understand the mechanism of transmission of COVID-19. Using the mobile phone data used by everyone is very necessary to understand the close contact. Next, we use simulation to develop an urban management model for infectious disease prevention. It is effectively utilize quarantine resources by implementing selective measures for vulnerable groups and places. Finally, sharing knowledge with the metropolitan areas in developing countries. It is a sharing of epidemic prevention knowledge based on telecom mobility data available in any city in the world. Our research question is, what is the effective simulation model for infectious diseases response? So the first question is the spatial temporal epidemic model based on individual contact effective in responding the COVID-19? It is predicting the spread of infectious diseases in the major POIs, such as multi-use facilities, group infectious facilities, using information such as changes in mobility and people's movement between places. Second question is, how can the countermeasures derived through simulations be applied to the Seoul quarantine policy to stop or alleviate the spread of diseases? One of the preemptive and proactive responses to viral spread is an effective transmission. When large-scale human behavioral changes occur through non-pharmaceutical interventions, NPI, such as social distancing, restrictions on social gathering and contact tracing, the reduction and movement of close contact that leads to transmission of infectious diseases, it can change the pattern. It can be said that it is mobile phone data that can understand this behavior well. Mobile phone data includes data that network operators can actively collect, such as call data directory and log event data. On the other hand, there is also a way to obtain opt-in application data, such as GPS location and Bluetooth data. The types of information collected with temporal resolution are as follows. On a daily basis, it is possible to obtain data that distinguishes gender in spatial resolution of administrative districts. And on a 5-minute basis, data that allow viewing of lifestyle patterns in spatial resolution of a district unit becomes possible. However, when using telecom mobility data, it is important to be concerned about privacy issue. The principle of anonymity or non-identification of personal information should be followed, and the use should be appropriate for the purpose. Two representative algorithms for epidemic simulation can be considered using data collected actively or passively. The first is the location analysis of infected and close contact. By analyzing infected person's routes, high-risk locations can be derived and be used as primary data for quarantine check. That is to derive close contact crowds and visitors to pick out high impact risk groups within short time period and provide support for quick response and inform people for COVID-19 check, self-quarantine, preventing further spread. Another application will be disaster mobile message for infection alert. In Korean government, send disaster messages containing infection alert for the purpose of effective transmission of quarantine policy information, such as social distancing through disaster message. But citizens are fatigued by the receiving of numerous disaster messages, and the effectiveness of policies is diminishing. This message uses cell-based broadcasting technology to send message within 15 kilometers radius of LTE base station, so we need to optimize the disaster shown message so that the necessary information can be delivered to the person in need. This disaster text message redesign can utilize the context tracing information described above. In other words, it is possible to provide customized close contact information to the high impact risk group. In this study, two policy directions were considered for epidemic simulation for the quarantine policy using telecom mobility data. First, although executing a precise epidemiological investigation of the infected person with the traditional policy, it may be possible for the health authority to increase in quarantine cost and decrease in effectiveness. Therefore, in this case, the tracing infected and close contact method can be introduced. The second is to evaluate the effect of policies to strengthen preventive measures by inducing non-pharmaceutical intervention measures such as social distancing. In this case, we can adopt social experiments that induce behavioral change through mobile text messages using opt-in application. In the case of tracing infected and close contact, it can be assumed that the movement of the confirmed patient 2 days or 48 hours ago can be traced. Detecting close contact can be verified through an epidemiological survey report. Then, can you track the route using telecom mobility data and accurately identify the proximity contact person? Unfortunately, limitation of telecom mobility data's spatial resolution, we need to adopt scientific algorithms to detect and trace close contacts. The next simulation is about social experimentation using mobile phone text message. There are many people who are tired of the government's COVID-19 disaster message and disable the notification function. Designing the most effective text services for social distancing is required. Our experimentation goal is to design the most effective text message services for social distancing and prevention of COVID-19 infection. Through a randomized controlled experiment, we plan to send text messages to Seoul citizens between the ages of 20 and 48 for 2 months and observe the movement for 3 months. In the next message experience design, we plan to observe behavior through digest messages related to infectious diseases by applying different message selection methods to groups designed against the control group. In conclusion, urban management of post-COVID-19 city should apply the smart city management system, such as contact-based tracing using mobility data and customized disaster messages, so that health authorities effectively utilize quarantine resources and citizens spontaneously follow the guidelines. Thus, we can enable our city sustainable and resilient against infectious diseases using equal and equitable smart city quarantine services for all. Thank you for the listening.
네, 최진영 박사님 발표 감사합니다.
Mr. Choi, thank you for your presentation.
COVID-19 팬데믹으로 전 세계적으로 큰
Because of
고통을
COVID-19, the global community is suffering, and his presentation talked about some of the impacts. Digital transformation, I think, is becoming increasingly important in this environment. It is not the government, or it is not a company that is leading or accelerating digital transformation these days. It is actually said that COVID-19 is the accelerator of digital transformation. Seoul City is also actively accepting new technology, S-Brain, S-Data. There are various IT systems that are currently being introduced and strengthened within Seoul's metropolitan government. Rather than the sophisticated devices, it does seem that mobile phones are much more effective in terms of their dissemination. And so smartphone-based COVID-19 confirmed case route analysis and detection of close contacts, I believe, is very effective. And also, when it comes to dissemination of information, mobile phones seem to also be very effective. And I believe that technology can help further this cause.
Now I'd like to turn to Buenos Aires. She didn't make it to this forum due to different time zones, so we will meet her via video. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Clara Museo of Buenos Aires Municipality Government.
Mi nombre es Clara Museo y soy ministra de Espacio Público e Higiene Urbana de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Una ciudad de 200 kilómetros cuadrados de superficie y por la que circulan día a día más de 6 millones de personas. Este año, el coronavirus nos obligó a rever las respuestas a las preguntas que solíamos tener, también para quienes trabajamos en planificación urbana y gestión del espacio público. Y aunque ninguna ciudad vio venir una crisis semejante, algunas demostraron estar más preparadas que otras. La pandemia significó un reto, pero también una oportunidad. Hace muchos años venimos trabajando en la construcción de una ciudad a escala humana, cercana y resiliente. En los últimos 10 años, la ciudad se fue transformando gracias a obras cuyo eje estaban puesto en la sustentabilidad, la caminabilidad y las personas. Dio a nuestro espacio público un carácter flexible y maleable que en este contexto resultó fundamental y que, en línea con lo que indican los nuevos protocolos, nos permite hoy darle a la gente la posibilidad de salir a la calle y reencontrarse de forma segura. la urgencia por la llegada del virus, pudimos adaptar el espacio público para los primeros protocolos sanitarios. Trasladamos la atención primaria de los hospitales a la calle y construimos 20 unidades febriles de urgencia afuera de los edificios y de las guardias de urgencias para atender sin riesgo los casos sospechosos de COVID-19. Durante el aislamiento preventivo obligatorio, pudimos darle a la gente la posibilidad de salir a hacer sus compras básicas, manteniendo el distanciamiento social en comercio de cercanía y evitando el uso del transporte público. Ampliamos superficies caminables al eliminar el primer carril de tránsito en muchas calles de la ciudad y en ellas se demarcó el asfalto para incorporarlas a la vereda. Transformamos 100.000 metros cuadrados de avenidas y calles para que 40 ejes comerciales barriales tengan más superficie peatonal. Volvieron a las calles las ferias de abastecimiento barrial, una alternativa segura y económica de compras al aire libre y se ubican en más de 150 puntos de la ciudad. La actividad física al aire libre, también gracias a la restricción vehicular y al aumento de las áreas peatonales en los alrededores de parques y plazas. Para esta nueva normalidad, con el virus todavía entre nosotros, pero recuperando lentamente el ritmo urbano, seguimos repensando puertas afuera muchas de las actividades que siempre se hicieron puertas adentro. Con la pandemia sucedió algo impensado. Lo global se replegó a cada barrio. Hace unas semanas, también reabrimos el espacio público al encuentro, el disfrute y el ocio. Decidimos potenciar, complementar y crear otros usos e implementamos nuevas áreas peatonales. Son pequeñas centralidades a poca distancia de la casa de cada vecino que garantizan abastecimiento, seguridad, caminabilidad, ocio, disfrute, encuentro y sobre todo sentido de pertenencia. Las logramos cortando calles al tránsito de forma temporal, ajustando el espacio público a la medida del peatón, creando áreas gastronómicas y uniendo en una misma superficie la convivencia de conceptos. Las áreas peatonales transitorias son un éxito porque además desincentivan el uso del transporte hacia el centro de la ciudad y aumentan los índices de calidad ambiental. Buenos Aires avanza hacia una ciudad policéntrica, con soluciones flexibles, económicas, de rápida implementación y replicables a toda la ciudad, la estamos reinventando y llevando a la mejor versión de sí misma.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This global pandemic of COVID-19 has threatened the lives of our citizens as well as the life of cities. Against this backdrop, Buenos Aires, the city of Buenos Aires has made various efforts in order to secure more walking areas for the citizens to facilitate outdoor activities. It's really impressive.
Lastly, we will move on to Amadora. Amadora is about 10 kilometers distant from Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, but it is also one of the most highly dense regions of Portugal. Amadora is also maybe exposed to climate change. Given the location, we would like to hear from Mr. Luis Carvalho, Civil Protection Coordinator of Amadora. So if you're ready, please begin your presentation.
Yes, I'm ready. First of all, thank you very much for the organization to invite me to present the work that we are doing in Amadora. I will present quickly because we don't have time to go deeply about the action plan for climate change, a smart solution for urban resilience in Amadora. I will start with an overview of the city of Amadora. Amadora is not a very huge and large city. In fact, is a very small city in the Lisbon district. We have more than 200,000 inhabitants in a very small land. Our population density is the highest in the country, more than 7,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. One of the big challenges that we have right now is population living in slums. Right now we have almost 4%, so it's a very high number of population living in this kind of buildings. We have 10% people from outside, not Portuguese people, and almost 20% of elderly people in Amadora municipality. Well, about our risk metrics, as you can see, we have more urban risks as the highest risks. We have floods, urban floods, traffic accident by roads, and urban fires. So this is the highest risk that we are facing in Amadora. In the level in medium, we have heat waves, earthquake, landslides, traffic accident by rail, traffic accident by air, and forest fires. So we have in the last decade some statistics that will show us more events related to its meteorological risks. In the last 2 decades, in fact, we had more than 5,000 events related with meteorological risks. That's leading us to interesting scenarios, because if you take a look on these pictures, we have a lot of hailstorms during the last 5 years, urban floods, and forest fires. So that means that we have more flash floods. In fact, if you can take a look on these statistics, more flash floods, more highest maximum temperature, more forest fires, and more heat waves. And that was our big conclusion last decade, that we're facing more risks related to the climate change. And last year, the mayor decided to just create an action plan to improve our actions on this and to improve our standards in the smart urban planning. So as you know, the action plan is a strategic document that outlines a collection of measures and policies that try to reduce the green gas emissions, but just to work on more safety and clean urban spaces. The importance of the action plan, in fact, at local levels, is just trying to prioritize actions that should be taken to reduce the greenhouse emissions and just to create a roadmap for local governments to implement actions. Well, the result is trying to have maximum success on this. Amadora created a strategy very specific, and this strategic is more like engage local stakeholders and just to engage all the actors that we have at local level. This is our methodology that we create just to achieve the action plan for climate change. We have the mayor that are leading the process. The mayor created a multidisciplinary team, people from civil protection, people from urban planning, people from environment department and mayor office. So the task of this multidisciplinary team just to connect all the municipal service and all the stakeholders at local level, just to create this movement about the action plan for climate change. As you know, each city have a lot of strategy, commitments, plans, vision, and the big task and the big challenge sometimes is just to give the points and just to join the piece to have right planning about urban and about the climate change. So our perspective was on the first stage was know the risks and do the work on the scenario. we have different perspectives. You want on the one side, we have the urban planning, and the other side, we have disaster risk reduction scenarios, climate change scenarios. So it's important just to try to understand how to manage this. Secondly, we want to organize better the research and establish partnerships, so work together. And finally, the three important dimensions that I think is vital for this kind of process about the planning, about action plans, and for the climate change is one of the important points, that is the political leadership, technical vision, and operational support. So it's important just to connect these three dimensions just to be successful on this kind of plans. So the facts are we have a huge and high impact of extreme weather. We know that we are consume more energy with little efficiency, and right now at local level in Amadora we don't have significant investments in climate change programs or policies. So the scenarios that we are facing in the future is temperature will increase, we will need more energy, and we have a lot of challenge in urban and landscape planning. We are step-by-step planning, and our target is just to put these on the roads between 2020 and 2030. So we start with the meetings and data collection. We are moving right now for the access risks and vulnerabilities. So the other task that we have to move on is trying to understand what are the options that we have to adaptation and mitigation, try to integrate these options on the urban and emergency planning, try to understand the results of that, and finally just to monitor it and evaluate. So this is the steps that we achieve in the beginning of this year, the meetings and the collect data about the plan that you want to move on, about action plan on climate change. So it was very useful just to have this stakeholder meeting face-to-face, collect data, try to find the gaps where we have to improve the process. So it was very useful in the first stage of the work. So for this, I'm not going so deeply because we don't have time for that, but I bring here just the 9 measures that we are trying to put on the ground on the Amadora Action Plan for Climate Change. So these 9 measures, the first one is about communication and awareness system, just to communicate very quickly all the, for example, meteorological events. The second measure that we are trying to achieve, and we have at this moment some results, is about sustainable schools. The third one is about treatment of waste and rainwater. We have the other measures about the implementation of forest fire protection plans, about the contingency plan for heat waves, about the surveillance and control of disease vectors. So it's very important, and as you can imagine on this pandemic situation that we are facing about COVID-19. The other ones are about new urban parks and infiltration buffers. The other things about the legislation for bioclimatic planning, and finally the green energy investment. Just to take a look very quickly on each one. For example, for the communication and awareness system, we are now creating some digital platform for dialogue, for example, to have stakeholder meetings, to promote local climate change initiatives, advising spots, and just to founding the early warning system. On the other hand, the sustainable schools about more educational programs about environmental, about climate change exposition, and so one of the biggest successful programs that we are now have on the pitch about the school organic gardens. For example, Amadora has 60 schools in our territory, and we have more than 30 schools on this project about organic gardens. Well, very useful because the students just can have opportunity just to work on the gardens and to feel the need that we have to have more sustainable. The other measures that we have is about treatment of waste and rainwater. And specifically, we are now moving for interventions in network buildings, about flow conditions and monitoring. On the other hand, we have the forest fire protection plans about recovery of natural ecosystem. For example, Portugal have a big history about forest fires and recovery of buried areas. So it's something that we have to work on more and more, and in surveillance action. Right now, we are just trying to create a big investment on this, because it's important just to monitoring the forest areas and the forest fires during the rescue and the operation system. So we are trying to put a lot of investment on this, about the drones, about the new system, about the geographic information system, just to recovery and to have more capacity to respond and to have more prevention. About the plan for heat waves, so we have more, we have the increasement of the temperature, so we need more contingency plans for heat waves, but more sensors on the cities, just to take a look about where we have more heat waves in the city. And about the surveillance and control of disease, I think it's important to increase health facilities, and we are now have a great investment on this regarding the COVID-19 pandemic situation. This is one of our operation control room where we have all the meteorological monitoring network. We receive in real time all the information about temperature, humidity, rain, on this center cell, and you can deliver and you can move the resources that we need just to respond for any kind of situation. And about new parks and infiltration buffers, so we're trying to just build more green buildings on the city. We have a lot of heat waves, small spots, and it's very important just to have more green park areas and adapt the existing ones. And about the legislation, we have very specific legislation at national level that we have to review and to update. So it's important just to encourage interventions in urban areas to increase green buffers and to promote more large public space and interconnection between neighborhoods and green spaces. This is a very interesting example that we have in our municipality about wastewater treatment station with green area on the roof. So we are just to reply this good practice on the entire city, and we are trying to create conditions to do that. And finally, the green energy investment. So right now we have all the schools with the clean energy, with solar panels, and we want to just to put that on all the public buildings. We are now moving for a package for the public about tax incentives for clean energy, and try to just to support to the private sector just to have more clean energy and to be more sustainable. So this plan that we are working on, the action plan for climate change, are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, as you can imagine, are in line with Sendai framework, with the Making Cities Resilient, the United Nations campaign. So this plan, the local level, are in line to the national strategy for climate change, because Portugal have a national plan, and just to put all the information that we should put at local level. The climate change action plan are in line with urban master plan of the city, and are in line to resilient action plan that we conclude last year. So the point is, we are trying to just to bring connectiveness of our plan with other tools that we have at international, national, and local level. And finally, just to give the total of investment that we are trying to put on this plan, and regarding the measures that we have to conclude, We are talking about 12 million euros right now just to implement the 9 measures that I mentioned. The benefit expected for the measures that we are working on, the first one is trying to have an ecosystem preservation and have more, for example, green spaces. The city has a huge density, so we have to create and to adapt more green spaces. The second point is trying to build more resilience, making it more able to quickly recover from shocks. That's one of the biggest and important points. The third, the green economy, just to making economy activity in the city more friendly, more sustainable, is one of the biggest challenges that we have. Fourth, improved research efficiency about the food, water, the networks, about the energy. And finally, just to shift to more sustainable behavior, supporting lifestyle change that not only reduce the emissions that sometimes the big focus about the climate change. So this is my presentations very fast, very quickly, but I'm available just to do discussion on the forum, and I'm available to some questions if you have to that. If you want to just to take a look more information, you can find that on our Facebook account in amadora.resilience. So we are available just to collaborate with you too. Thank you for your attention.
네, 시차에 따른 불편함에도 불구하고
Despite the time difference, Mr. Luis Carvalho was very insightful, and I would like to thank you once again for participating in this event real time. He talked about the various natural disasters and the 9 main themes of the action plan that Amadora is developing. And so it was inspiring that these efforts were not made in just one area or by one department, that there was interdisciplinary efforts to bring about broad change across the different sectors and areas of cities. And I believe that this can be helpful to all of the cities globally.
So far, we have listened to the various policies and the policy directions pursued by various cities to ensure urban resilience. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their insightful presentation once again. We call it the 4th Industrial Revolution, and other countries use the term digital transformation. Whether it's a 4th Industrial Revolution or digital transformation, that implies that with the application of IoT, big data, and AI, and other smart technologies, our way of work will be transformed and ultimately changed. So with these technologies, we have to brace ourselves for the future. Environmental pollution and environmental degradation, the aging of the population, as well as the scarcity of resources, we have faced with various challenges. In order to prepare ourselves for these challenges, what kind of efforts do we need to make? Each country might have a different area of focus, and over the course of implementing various policies, you might have faced with various pain points. I'd like to ask you how you have tackled those pain points. First, I'd like to turn to Mr. Francis Gasquier, and I'd like to turn to Louis after that.
Can I ask you to repeat the question? I didn't have the sound for quite a while, so.
Yeah.
So, sure, let me just repeat the question. Each city may be concentrating on different technologies to address the issues in front of them regarding resilience. Especially if you look at the different presentations today, if there were any difficulties in any of your projects, how did you overcome them? So we would like to listen to some details. If Mr. Gasquier can lead, and then Mr. Carvalho can answer after that, we will greatly appreciate your answers.
Well, What I would say is that in many of the cities where we work, we see a lot of excitement about this concept of smart cities and the use of technologies. But unfortunately, we see a lot of attempt at blanketly or blindly trying to apply a technology which doesn't always solve the problem at stake, or very often is simply unsustainable because not really providing a solution that can be financed in the long term. And so over the years, especially in the last few years, we've really tried to focus on what are the foundations that allow technologies to emerge and then to be used in a sustainable manner. For example, you can talk about the concept of e-government. Government functions should be put online, they should be digitalized, but it's not just about buying a couple of computers and telling people that they have to process transaction online and do everything on their computer. It really starts from, or for example, it's interesting to see cities who try to set up a geospatial database to manage their assets and to then work on urban planning. But very quickly, all the information that is collected becomes obsolete because there's no use, no permanent use for this information. And so it's much more efficient to try to build those databases, for example, either from the tax database or from cadastral database that need to be maintained. And then from there, try to provide additional services and build gradually over the years systems that can be maintained and can be sustained over the long run and become more and more sophisticated.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your words. Maybe we can move on to Mr. Cavallo.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think one of the things that we should say that I think the COVID-19 pandemic situation, I think given us a lot of lessons. Some of them was about the risk communication. I think it's very important. And just to delivery and to improve the climate change response or natural disaster, I think it's very important just to have a good risk communication process. And here the technology, yes, could help a lot. We have now, for example, the 5G as a solution. We have a lot of technological solutions that could help us in risk communication. I think this is very useful, this kind of process, and could be one important solution for the future, just have a more good risk communication. The second point, I think, is the strong community network with governance policies. For example, I think it's important to accept the science evidences and trying to accept the scenarios that we have for the climate change or disaster risk reduction. So it's important to have a good governance and have a good policies and that kind of governance should involve everyone in our communities. And finally, I think the third point is very important, a good balance between urban planning and emergency planning. And that means that we should work together and just to have interesting and the participation of all sectors in the community. Because when we have, for example, the climate change challenge, so we have, it's very important to have all the sectors in our community to work with us. For example, the private sector is very important because we're in our city. Without a private investment, it's not very easy to cover our challenge that we have on board right now.
네, 두 분 국장님
I would like to thank you both for your insightful answers. By establishing IT system, more convenient information and services can be provided and disseminated to the citizens, and this can also bring about stronger communication. So it seems that many cities are experiencing similar trends. Lastly, I would like to ask Mr. Han, the organizer of this event.
Thank you very much for your presentation. In order to develop the city of Seoul into a smart city, what are the things done? The microphone is off. Please turn the microphone on.
I'd
like to thank Mr. Go for his wonderful question. Smart city is rather a comprehensive concept. So I'd like to limit my answer to smart construction as well as infrastructure management. Smart construction and technology, to upgrade smart construction technology, it is quite important to create and manage and maintain platform. And there should be a dedicated organization. I believe that's quite important. And as for smart construction and engineering, we have introduced BIM even for the early stage of design. And as for maintenance and management, we have digitized all the inspection details, and we are building a three-dimensional model for that. And as for a dedicated team, June this year, we formed a task force engaging 6 institutions which are leading smart construction in Korea. And the task force will be turned into a dedicated smart construction team going forward. Thank you very much for your answer. Due to the climate change, we have had various natural disasters, and those extreme weathers and natural disasters are actually man-made disasters and social disasters. In terms of disaster resilience, I think we have to seriously consider climate change. So in consideration of various characteristics of each country, we have to increase our capability to deal with climate change as well as disasters. But more than anything else, we need some coordinated action at the global level. That's the direction we have to pursue. We have to understand what kind of challenges facing cities and respond quite flexibly and swiftly to various challenges at the social level to ensure sustainability of the society. In that regard, utilization and application of advanced technology is of greatest importance than anything else. That is why we need this kind of forum. And with that, I'd like to conclude this second session titled Smart and Resilient Urban Infrastructure. Once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Francis Gasquer as well as Luis Carvalho for your participation. And I'd like to also want to thank all the speakers as well as the participants from around the world for your active participation. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 발표자분들 그리고 수고해주신 좌장님께 감사 인사드리겠습니다. So thank you once again to the participants, speakers, as well as our moderator. 이것으로 저희 두 번째 세션을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 지금부터 약 1시간 뒤 4시에 다시 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we close session 2 of the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2020, and we will resume at 4 p.m. Korea Standard Time. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리지만 지금 보고 계시는 유튜브 채널 그대로 켜두시면 되겠습니다. 잠시 후 4시에 다시 인사드리겠습니다. And as I have mentioned before, please just leave the window of the YouTube channel because we will be using the same channel and we will be back here at 4 p.m. Thank you very much. 네, 휴식 시간 잘 보내셨나요? 그러면 2020 서울 국제도시 회복력 포럼 다시 한번 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 큰 주제는 뉴노멀 시대의 안전도시, 회복력, 지속가능성, 그리고 적응성이라는 큰 주제의 하에 저희가 진행을 하고 있는데요. 세션 3 이제 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2020. It is now time for us to start Session 3. As you may all know, we have an overarching theme today as Safe City in the New Normal, Resilience, Sustainability, and Adaptability. We will now begin Session 3. 세션 3에서는 세계 도시들의 대표들과 또 국제기구의 대표분들께서 모여서 코로나19에 대응을 해서 어떤 식으로 도시들이 이 회복력을 강화하고 있는지 각국 그리고 도시들의 사례를 한번 공유를 해주시고요. 이후에는 또 포스트 코로나 시대에는 함께 어떤 식으로 이것을 재건해 나가야 될 것인지 논의를 해주실 예정입니다. Session 3 will bring together representatives from international cities all over the world, as well as international organizations, and they will be discussing, first and foremost, what they have been doing as case studies to fight and to build more resilient cities in the COVID-19 era. And then they will move on to discussing various methods of how to build resilience in the post-COVID-19 era. 자, 그러면은 저희가 먼저 이 주제 영상을 한번 보시고 진행하도록 하겠습니다. First of all, let us view a short video.
International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2020. Tracking cities' efforts for resilience in the COVID-19 era. In 2020, the coronavirus spread at a furious speed and put the whole world in confusion. On March 11th, the World Health Organization declared the pandemic and 10% of the world's population, 57.56 million, has been infected with 1.37 million deaths with an increasing number of patients. Cities around the world are responding to COVID-19 with testing-focused disinfection measures and shutdown policy. Disinfection work in Seoul also focuses on wide-range screenings to isolate infected individuals and tracking the routes of those who had contact with confirmed patients. Based on these experiences, the Republic of Korea is sharing the know-how with recipient countries to support their healthcare system and contribute to global society. As now is the time for solidarity, cities around the world should share their experiences and take steps forward to recovery against the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic as they work together. Tracking cities' efforts for resilience in the COVID-19 era.
네, 세션 3의 주제 영상 함께 보셨습니다. So that was our thematic video for Session 3. 네, 이어서 소중한 시간을 함께하고 계시는 주제 발표자분들 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 온라인에 접속해 계시는 해외 연사분들부터 제가 소개를 해드릴 텐데요. 호명되신 분들께서는 간단하게 인사해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. So please allow me to begin by introducing our overseas participants, and once I call out your name, please say hello. 먼저 콜롬보입니다. 로지 세나나야케 시장님, 안녕하세요. Mayor Rosie Senanayake of Colombia. Hello. Please wave for
Colombo,
our
Sri
audience.
Lanka. Hello.
Thank you very much for your participation. 네, 다음 분을 모셔보겠습니다. 다음 분은 현지 시간이 지금 오전 8시라고 하는데요. 이른 시간부터 함께 해주고 계십니다. 루카 몬투오리, 로마의 부시장님이십니다. And joining us at a very early hour at 8 a.m. in local time, once again, Deputy Mayor Luca Montuori, once again from Rome. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. 네, 다음으로 넘어가서 소개해드리겠습니다. 비엔티안의 푸콩 반봉 부시장님 오셨습니다. Vice Mayor 푸콩 반봉 of Vientiane Capital. Hello. Thank you very much. 네, 이어서 소개해드리겠습니다. 아테네의 엘리니 마일리빌리 CRO님 오셨습니다. Eleni Myrivilli, CRO and Senior Advisor of Athens. Hello, thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, it's lovely to be among you.
Thank you very much. 네, 다음 분 소개해 드리겠습니다. 이클레이 동아시아 본부의 슈주 본부장님 함께 하십니다. 슈주, Regional Director of ICLEI East Asia Secretariat. Hello, thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. 그리고 이어서 호놀룰루입니다. Josh Stanbro, CRO님. 현지 시간으로는 또 저녁 9시라고 하는데요. 늦은 시간에도 불구하고 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. Mr. Josh Stanbro, CRO of Honolulu, thank you once again for your participation despite the later hours in your time.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다. Thank you very much. 네, 이어서 이클레이 오세아니아 본부의 Steve Gawler 본부장님도 함께하고 계십니다. Mr. Steve Gawler, Regional Director of ICLEI Oceania Secretariat. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank
Hello,
you.
everyone. Nice to be here.
Thank you very much. 네, 그리고 마지막으로 스튜디오에서 서울시 김학진 행정 2부시장님 함께하고 계십니다. And last but not least, we have Vice Mayor Kim Hak-jin of Seoul right here in the studio with us.
Hello, nice to see you, everyone.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. 네, 첫 번째 발표는 서울시 김학진 행정 2부시장님께서 진행을 해주시겠습니다. 부시장님께서는 저희 세션의 좌장이시기도 한데요. 일단 먼저 저희 발표를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Vice Mayor Hak-jin Kim will deliver the first presentation. He's also the moderator of Session 3, but first of all, let us give him a big applause for his presentation.
네, 안녕하세요. 서울시 행정 2부시장
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. I'm Hak-jin Kim, Vice Mayor of Seoul.
포럼에 참여해 주신
I'd like to welcome all the representatives of Resilient Cities Network, as well as the
전
presenters.
세계는 코로나 바이러스라는 유례없는 재난을 맞아
In the face of the unprecedented crisis caused by COVID-19, we have gone through unexpected experiences, and I believe this video conference is one of the key changes we have been faced with due to the COVID-19. I believe that COVID-19 has enhanced and facilitated advances in digital technology and brought the global cities together, just like this forum. As you can see, COVID-19 has created new changes in our lives while presenting challenges to us. I hope this forum serves as an opportunity to share our experiences and achievements in our response to COVID-19 so that we can discover opportunities out of this COVID-19 crisis. Have you ever heard of K-quarantine, this term? Here, K is short for Korea, and the expression was coined as Korea became known for its exemplary COVID response. Korea realized how important it is to ensure transparency of information and swift response as the nation went through other epidemiological incidents such as the MERS. Building on such experiences, Korea quickly responded to COVID-19, and many cities around the world are interested in getting some insights from Korea's quarantine experiences. I believe there are three key components in the success of K-quarantine. First, the government swiftly created a response system in the early days after the outbreak of the disease and prepared and distributed a single guideline to follow. Second, local governments and municipalities in direct contact with the residents have complied with the guidance and guidelines of the central government and they have gone beyond that to various preemptive quarantine activities. The last key component, of which I believe is the most important one, is the maturity of the citizens following the quarantine measures introduced by the government. Today, would like to briefly touch upon these three components, as well as the disaster response system and major policies by the central government and what we at the Seoul Metropolitan government has done in terms of quarantine. Korea has the Central Disaster and Safety safety countermeasure headquarters to make national response to a massive disaster. Below the headquarters are the Central Disaster Management Headquarters and the Central Disease Control Headquarters. 17 municipal governments have their own disaster and safety countermeasure headquarters, and 277 local governments also have the headquarters, making sure that the central government and local and municipal government closely work together to respond to a disaster. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in Korea in January this year, the central government and 17 municipal governments as well as local governments have held a daily video conference to share the confirmed cases and update as well as the guidelines and formulate response measures. With the spread of COVID-19, the government has introduced 5-level social distancing measures. The vaccine has not been available yet. That is why the social distancing measure is a key to containing the spread of COVID-19. According to the social distancing level, the number of people to be gathered in communal areas is limited or any gathering is prohibited, and shops and stores are imposed with business hour restrictions. This helps to reduce the density of people, minimizing the transmission of COVID-19 in the community.
다음 컷 넘겨주시죠. 먼저 말씀드릴 한 가지는 마스크 착용에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
Talk about
저도
wearing
마스크를 들고
a
있습니다.
mask.
이렇게 들고 있는데 아마
I am holding a mask now, but this has been like a tattoo around my neck. So I carry a mask all the time, and I actually put it on and keep it on all the time. And throughout Seoul, wearing a face mask is mandatory, and the citizens wear masks all the time. So no one says, well, they would not wear a face mask, especially in public spaces and the communal areas. It's extremely difficult to find anyone who is not wearing a face mask. And if you are not wearing a mask, then you will be fined. But what is more important is that by wearing a mask, people believe that they can protect themselves and their loved ones. I think that is the key. And the second is preemptive testing. At the onset of COVID-19, each district ran their screening station in their public health center, but to have more people tested, and as more people want to get tested, we set up walking through and drive-through screening stations. You might conjure up an image of a McDonald's drive-through restaurant, but anyway, we set up walking through and drive-through screening stations and designated private medical institutions to expand the screening. Through this, we have tested more people than before. So this is a parking lot, as you can see at the left bottom. So as those cars went through, and the specimen is collected, and then they can get the test result in a few days' time. I believe the key to prevention is the citizens keeping the quarantine guidelines. So we have carried out campaigns for social distancing and wearing masks continuously. As you can see on the screen, there are several advertising materials we have created and produced and distributed. It says, "Better stay alone now or you will be alone forever." I think this poster has left such strong impressions on the minds of the citizens. And the next one, it says, "You must all stop before COVID-19 stops everything." So these are some of the examples of the campaigns we have carried out.
다음은 확진자 발생 후에 서울시가 조치하고 있는
Now, let me turn
사항입니다.
to the response after a confirmed case is identified. Once a confirmed patient is found, the places he or she has visited will be shut down and disinfected for quarantine. To facilitate epidemiological investigation, communal areas now require QR code to log visitors. This serves as a basis for us to check the route of a confirmed case and send text messages to the potential contact to get tested, even if there are no symptoms. So as I told you before, this facilitates and makes smooth the whole epidemiological investigation process.
일단 확진된 환자에 대해서는
And according to the level of severity of the symptoms,
환자로 환자의 상태를 구분해서 경증의 환자의 경우에는
as for a
생활치료센터라고
patient with mild symptoms or no symptoms at all, we let them get treated in residential treatment centers. So they are monitored, their symptoms are monitored, and they are treated. And as for a severely ill patient, will be assigned to a hospital bed to get treatment. This kind of a triage system and allocation assignment are being carried out in collaboration with national public hospitals.
방역 코로나가 장기화되고
As COVID-19 prolongs and the quarantine and social distancing measures have become stricter, small business owners and self-employed individuals are faced with financial difficulties. That is why the Seoul Metropolitan government has been offering financial support for these people affected by COVID-19. Our top priority in terms of budgeting has been these people hit by COVID-19. Under the name of Emergency Relief Fund, they are getting financial support from the Seoul Metropolitan government. On top of that, we have distributed personal protective equipment or PPEs to the vulnerable population in order not to leave any gaps in our quarantine efforts. So far, I've explained what we have done so far at the Seoul Metropolitan government, and I think this is a historic moment for us to witness. We are witnessing grand transformation triggered by COVID-19, especially in terms of disaster response. In the post-COVID era, cities' disaster response should be different. Life economy, society, culture, and many other things that have sustained our lives have been changing, and we must adapt to those changes. I'm at the City Hall building and the studio, and I can see all of you on one screen without going there myself. I can see you and I can talk with you over the online platform. I think this is a great example of the changes we have gone through so far. Going forward, the government will support bio and contact-free technologies while upgrading the digital-based online education system. More than anything else, we will step up our efforts to enhance social services for the vulnerable population, including the elderly and the disabled persons, to prevent any digital divide from arising. Furthermore, we will set up a space to keep PPEs and infectious disease treatment facility and grow relevant experts and professionals to have preparedness to confront any future disasters, because I believe that there might be another disaster or another pandemic in the future. We have still such a long way to go. COVID-19 is still sweeping the world, and this pandemic will change our lives forever.
많은 이제 다른 부분들이 생겨날 것 같습니다. 사실 이런 부분들이
The path going
낯설고
forward might be
생소하지만
unfamiliar and even scary at times, but global cities, as they have always been, will turn crisis into opportunity and pave a new way through solidarity and cooperation. I hope today's forum will be a valuable first step in that direction. Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker. It is 2 a.m. in the morning for this speaker. That is why
we have a video prepared in advance. I would like to invite the mayor of Hoboken, New Jersey, Mr. Ravinder Bala.
Hello, my name is Ravinder Bala. I'm the mayor of the city of Hoboken, New Jersey, in the United States of America. And I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in the International Urban Resilience Forum 2020 in Seoul, Korea. I'm deeply honored to be a part of this forum, and I'm very grateful for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words about urban resilience in the context of the pandemic we face with COVID-19. First, I want to let you know a few things about the city of Hoboken. We are known as the Mile Square City. This is the birthplace of Frank Sinatra, an internationally known singer, and we are a city of innovation, invention, and resilience. And that has taken on a heightened importance in the era of COVID. We have taken on a number of measures to address the pandemic. I always, as mayor, like to say that our biggest resource in Hoboken is the intellectual capital of the people of Hoboken. And when we talk about resilience, it's really making sure that a community is safe, a community is healthy, and a community can thrive both from a health perspective, public health, as well as from the perspective of having a vibrant and strong economy. So when the pandemic actually really started to hit Hoboken, or was about to hit Hoboken, this was in early March of this year, 2020. And we hadn't had our first positive case of COVID-19, but I had seen the trends happening in East Asia. I'd seen trends happening in the western part of the US. And here in Hoboken, we actually have a very large Italian-American population. So I had gotten many emails from Italian-American residents of the city of Hoboken who were really telling me the dire conditions that they were under in Italy and imploring upon me to take proactive measures to keep our residents safe. And that had a very strong impact upon my decision-making process with respect to resilience and protecting residents from the pandemic. So much so that at that part in time, the whole country of the United States had not taken any measures to close any restaurants, bars, places of public establishments, retail stores, businesses. And what I was seeing, despite our pleas, meaning our really urgings of people to wear a face mask, be socially distant, wash their hands. Unfortunately, in the bars and the restaurants, people were not heeding those warnings. People were not taking the pandemic as seriously as I had seen and heard from people in Western Europe and East Asia. And I felt it was very important as mayor of Hoboken to protect our community and take a very proactive measure. So I made a very, at the time, risky decision in the political sense, but in hindsight, I think the correct decision in terms of public health and resilience to have a full closure of all bars and restaurants in the city of Hoboken in order to protect the residents of our city. That was unfortunately a necessary step to keep our residents safe, but fortunately it was the right step. The next day after that measure was taken, Hoboken was in the national news here in the United States, and within days, governors and mayors across the East Coast and the West Coast and all over America enacted similar closures as well. Same with the lockdown. We also had a shutdown of all non-essential businesses, which was necessary in order for the city to remain safe from a public health standpoint. And Hoboken was the first city on the East Coast to have a shelter-in-place or self-isolation order in order to really try to flatten the curve and contain the virus. And since then, we've really ramped up in order to stay resilient our testing infrastructure and resources available to the healthcare community in the form of various PPE and other testing facilities and resources. At the same time, part of being resilient in an urban sense is making sure that your economy doesn't falter. So it was not lost upon me the impact that the measures we were taking to close the local economy was having on businesses that are really the lifeblood of what Hoboken is about and what we treasure in terms of our quality of life. So parallel with the healthcare component of resilience and keeping Hoboken safe was the need to support local businesses. And we had to do both together, and we had to balance that in a creative way, in a fair way, and in an innovative way. And we did a number of things in addition to simply just writing checks or handing out money to small businesses, which was important, but really it was not going to be enough. First, before I go into that, for the people of Hoboken, being in quarantine or lockdown for extended period of time is also not healthy from a mental health standpoint. So we used our streets and roads, our real estate, to create a program of open streets so that people can get fresh air, enjoy the outdoors, but with open streets that had no vehicular or car access, we were able to do so in a way where people can also socially distance, meaning remain far enough from each other so as not to cause a further spread of the pandemic. So our open streets policy was very important to both maintaining human resilience and making sure that people are safe at the same time. In addition to that, we took the hospitality industry and said, what can we do to really help the hospitality industry as a local government? And the main asset that we had, in addition to financial resources, was our real estate. That means our sidewalks, our streets and roads, our parking spaces. And what we did was we created the opportunity for restaurants, bars, retail stores, small businesses to create what we call parklets and streeteries. Essentially what parklets and streeteries are spaces that would normally be taken by a vehicle, and it allowed a restaurant to move their operations from the inside to the outside, where they can set up tables on the street, within parking spaces, and on the sidewalk, so that people were enjoying the local economy or local business, but doing so in a way that would not have an adverse impact on their safety and their health in the context of the virus. And that was critically important to making sure that people were both healthy from a mental health standpoint, that they were socially distant, and that our local economy did not suffer and crumble as a result of this crisis. So it really took a balancing act to get through this first wave of the pandemic. That, along with ramping up our testing infrastructure, making a COVID test, a rapid 15-minute test, or a PCR test available to any resident free of charge, with or without insurance, and making sure people regularly make sure they're tested. We have the children back in schools on a hybrid or regular basis with regular testing to make sure that we can have a safe and operational city, one that's resilient in the context of COVID, and one can survive the impacts of COVID until we have that vaccine, which is on the horizon. But until we do have that mechanism for keeping the public safe, these are some of the mechanisms we've employed here in Hoboken to keep our community safe. And we always look to the international community, whether it's Korea, and I thank and honor my panelists, many distinguished and esteemed guests, the Deputy Mayor of Seoul, and a number of others. I thank you for being with me on this panel and for participating and sharing your ideas and thoughts. And this is just our little contribution here in Hoboken to hopefully impart some good lessons learned that we have learned, and hopefully you will learn through this pandemic, to stay strong and to remember, whether it's your local community, the state, the nation, or the world, at the end of the day, we're all in this together. Your success is our success, and our success is your success. So to everyone, please be safe. We're almost through this, and if we all act responsibly, we'll come out much stronger in the long term. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference in Seoul, Korea. Greetings again from the city of Hoboken. Bye-bye.
네, 호보콘 시장님.
Thank you, Mayor of Hoboken. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Amid COVID-19, all of the cities are sharing some common problems. Safety, health, and safety needs to be guaranteed for the resilience of cities. At the same time, we need to make sure that the economy continues to operate. And in that context, the policies of Hoboken, the car-free streeteries, and using parking lots for restaurants and local markets, I think, was very insightful policies that can be referenced by other cities. Next, we have presentation from Colombo.
시장님 준비되셨습니까? 발표 진행 부탁드리겠습니다.
Mayor Rosie Senanayake, are you ready?
Thank you very much for inviting me to be a panelist on the on this important topic. Let me start. Yeah. So the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic is spreading across the world. Sri Lanka and its commercial capital, Colombo, is no exception. The city of Colombo has a resident population of 700,000 and a transient population on a daily basis of 1 million. The first Sri Lankan national to be COVID positive was identified on the 11th of March, and the city reported its first case on the 12th of March. As at date, Sri Lanka has reported 29,378 cases, while the city of Colombo had 142 in the first wave and 8,698 in the second wave. The number of deaths in Sri Lanka is 142, and the city of Colombo, 67. Key to resilience in the COVID-19 era, being able to successfully control the current wave and preventing future waves by emergency pre-preparedness and rapid response capability with clear goals and strategy. Our goal is keeping the city free of COVID-19 patients, a strategy to intervene proactively to prevent a COVID-19 outbreak of epidemic proportions, to prevent its community transmission, and to contain the disease within the city limits of Colombo until its final eradication. Colombo's city vision for resilience in the era of COVID-19 has two dimensions: epidemiological resilience, resilient economy. Epidemiological resilience, reducing the risk of transmission and deaths, personal resilience, wearing of face masks, physical distancing, hand washing, and sanitization. Community resilience, reducing risk among elderly people and those with pre-existing conditions and diseases, such as cardiovascular, respiratory disorders, diabetes, cancer, and chronic kidney failure. Comorbidity resilience, provision of drugs to treat such conditions, resulting in reduced mortality from COVID-19 in the city. Economic resilience, reducing the economic impact of the pandemic, providing livelihood support. We have been providing dry ration packs to nearly 100,000 low-income families in the underserved settlements who are in the strict lockdown areas, people who have actually lost their daily incomes or livelihoods. Self-employment, we are providing logistical, material, and marketing support for various self-employment initiatives to sustain income of the low-income families. City government services and revenue, we are digitizing services and service delivery channels, thereby uninterrupted essential economic services, as well as protecting our own income streams, which are essential to finance our delivery of services. Additional interventions, we are basically doing free PCR testing in the city, free antigen testing, providing free medication. We have already distributed medicine to approximately 25,000 people affected by non-communicable diseases. Provision of indigenous medicine to enhance the immunity levels of the people in the communities. Provision of mobile clinics to low-income families in the specific lockdown areas and the underserved settlements. Our doctors go to those specific areas and do mobile clinics. Distribution of hygiene, personal hygiene and sanitary packs for women. These are some pictures of the work that we are doing. Essential components for achieving COVID-19 resilience in Colombo: emergency pre-preparedness and response, establishment of proper channels or links, enhancing technical capacity and stockpiling, risk communication and public engagement, enforcement of stern public health measures based on epidemiological analysis, mechanisms for incident and case management at the community level, test, trace, quarantine, lockdown and quarantine, curfew analysis. The key epidemiological interventions to prevent COVID-19 epidemic in the city: rigorous COVID surveillances and contact tracing, early detection of COVID-19 cases, isolation and treatment, contact tracing through public health staff, quarantine of first-level exposed contact persons. While we do not know what might come next, I am confident we are equipped with new insights, the required toolkit and dedicated workforce to help the city to be resilient and face up to the disruption created by COVID-19. I must say our public health department is doing a fantastic job in the city. We have 25 doctors and 65 people. Altogether in the entire department, about 650 persons working on the ground, attending to all the positive cases. As soon as we discover a positive case, we send them to quarantine centers or hospitals. These are base hospitals in some in another city, or sometimes in the city. And we go after the contact tracing. We do the first contact trace, the second contact trace with the support of the government. The city is able to, at this point of time, to control the epidemic, but we are hoping to eradicate it and to come back normalcy. Thank you very much for inviting me to be on this panel, on this eminent panel. And I hope the statistics and the work that we are doing would help you so that we can learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, very much. Thank you very much for your insight and statistics.
Next, we have the Mayor of Makati, Marlene Abigail Binay.
Distinguished members and officials of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and Seoul Metropolitan Government, fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I want to thank the organizers of the event for inviting me to share Makati City's efforts toward resilience in the COVID-19 era. Makati City is known as the richest local government unit in the Philippines and a trailblazer in digital transformation. However, the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic has tremendously affected our economy and the livelihood of Makatizens. Many businesses establishments have shut down, and this has resulted in the loss of employment and livelihood. On a positive note, we were able to implement effective and game-changing solutions that are anchored on technology to immediately respond to our people's needs and promote the quick recovery of the business sector from the unexpected crisis. During the pandemic, we have been able to take full advantage of our digital initiatives, such as the Makati Zen card and Makati Zen app. Both were launched in partnership with the private sector a few years back, and these two flagship programs have enabled us to implement the contactless distribution of financial assistance to residents and local merchants. It is important to note that Makati is the first city in the Philippines to implement an automated financial assistance distribution, which reduces the risk of virus transmission. Over 360,000 Makatizens have received 5,000 pesos as of November 17, and many enterprising beneficiaries have put the money to good use and now have a sustainable source of income for their families. Aside from relief packs, we also provided cash aid worth 2 billion pesos to over 475,000 Makatizens in vulnerable sectors to help tide them over during the lockdown. Recently, we launched a digital economic stimulus program offering Makati businesses, including MSMEs, cash grants ranging from 10,000 pesos to 100,000 pesos. We have also established an online portal where residents and business owners can pay their business and realty taxes and renew their business permits without going to City Hall. Under the general community quarantine, we have allowed the opening of all restaurants and fast food businesses to provide products and services to Makatizens. However, they are required to limit occupancy to 50% of the usual capacity and implement safety measures. They are also allowed to serve all kinds of food and beverages, including alcoholic drinks, but customers can only consume a specific amount of alcohol during a 2-hour meal. We've also adjusted the curfew for food and business establishments from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. to revive the local economy. Persons delivering food and medicines and providers of essential services and public utilities are also exempted from the curfew. Restaurant customers and business clients have been given a 1-hour travel window to return to their homes after the curfew. We also conduct regular inspections of all establishments to check if they comply with our ordinances and the minimum public health standards. Soon, we will require Makatizens and business establishments to register online using their Makati Zen card and fill out a health declaration form for contact tracing purposes. Each person Each person or an establishment will be given a unique QR code that will be scanned every time they enter an establishment. This will help us monitor the movement of people in the city, identify COVID-19 hotspots, and curb the transmission of the virus. Another pioneering initiative of Makati is the pool testing method, wherein swab samples taken from a group of people are tested at the same time instead of individually. We prioritized some 6,000 store clerks, market vendors, and public transport drivers for the pilot testing last September to ensure their safety and that of their customers. Prior to this, our health workers have been conducting round-the-clock swabbing services for frontliners and probable cases since April 22 to isolate and treat those with COVID-19. Through partnerships with public hospitals and private testing labs, we are now able to offer affordable single RT-PCR testing for individuals at only 2,950 pesos and pooled RT-PCR testing for businesses with large workforces at 1,000 pesos per individual. Currently, the PCR test is considered the gold standard of COVID-19 testing. But many people cannot afford it since its price ranges from 4,500 pesos to 8,500 pesos. Apart from these initiatives, we continue to conduct house-to-house delivery of medicines and vitamins to encourage residents to stay inside their homes. We have also provided free flu and pneumonia shots to residents and City Hall frontliners to prevent complications of COVID-19. Through social media, we have reached more Makatizens, especially when it comes to information dissemination. Our active engagement has also improved our constituents' access to services during the crisis. Makati's experience during the pandemic has taught us to be flexible in our policies. We have crafted a COVID-19 recovery plan covering 3 phases: continuity, transition, and sustainable recovery, and is mainstreamed in our DRRM plan and city development plan. I believe investing in research and development and climate-resilient technologies is essential since it promotes better communication, efficient monitoring, and faster response during emergencies. By using digital technologies, we are able to quickly disseminate information, promote public health, and upgrade the City Hall's systems and operations. We continue to think of innovative ways to use technology to make public services more accessible to our citizens, especially the vulnerable sectors. I believe that a smart city adapts to the changes in the environment and puts people's welfare at the forefront of sustainable and inclusive progress and development. I hope that we local leaders will continue to collaborate and learn from each other's best practices so that we can rebuild our cities into resilient communities that can withstand the challenges of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor of Makati, for your insightful presentation. You talked about digital initiatives based on public and partner partnership, and I think it was very well used during the pandemic.
Now I'd like to turn to Vice Mayor of Rome, Mr. Luca.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Luca Montuori. I'm Deputy Mayor of Urban Design from the City of Rome. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here in the Urban Resilience Forum, just to show and illustrate policies that Rome is pursuing to integrate their resilience strategies. Policies that also had an important impact on the work on the Urban 20, where we discussed in specific focus group strategies about risk reduction in the era of COVID-19 through nature-based solutions. And as you mentioned in the invitation, it's very important for us to improve urban infrastructure through the 4th industrial revolution. Rome, the aim of my presentation is to show how ecosystemic-based solutions can develop resilient cities. And Rome is part of the 100 Resilient City Network since 2015, and our resilience strategies has been approved in 2018. This is just a small map to show how Rome is not only the city center, but is a city that has a characteristic of being the largest municipality in Europe on a territory of over 1,200 square kilometers with the largest extension of green areas with the relationship between built and empty areas very different from other cities. This is the Appia Park. Is a 5,000 hectares. Is the biggest urban park in Europe. So Rome city limits include large expanses of still viable rural and land and natural reserves. This is the Aniene Natural Reserve. Is 650 hectares and is an affluent of the Tiber, the second river of Rome. As you can see, the city on the second plan of the photo, and still rural activities live together in our city. So in the city of Rome, there are several protected areas, naturalistic and archaeological parks, and of national importance. This is Villa Gordiani. This is a small urban Roman villa in the suburbs of Rome. So in this sense, in Rome, it's necessary to work on this unusual relationship between city and landscape to strengthen the presence of nature in the city as an essential element of a new idea of public space connected to the urban structure, part of the cultural network of the city, easily accessible to all citizens, also to strengthen social links and subsidiary activities. So this is, for example, is the Znia Lake. It's a lake born during the demolition works of an old factory to build a commercial center. So no one could have seen what happened in 2020, but we were aware that this natural, cultural, and social landscape should become part of everyday city life, sorry. Often in many of these green areas, social networking activities, urban farming activities, ancillary activities and links between people have developed, which during the pandemic period made it possible to support and integrate activities put in place by government and the city. So in July, after the first lockdown, we approved a planning document we worked on during the lockdown, and it's called the Green Ring, which was created to transform areas that we thought before that had to be transformed with new buildings, and we transformed in a very large park. The Green Ring was born to strengthen the continuity between landscapes, environmental systems, and new accessibility from the railway system hub. The Green Ring is based on 5 pillars that are derived from our resilience plan, that are environmental care, smart and alternative mobility, quality and social integration, sustainable development, and listening to public practices. The new environmental network that is called the Green Ring, you can see here a map, the plan is to transform 4 square kilometers, about 400 hectares, into a park by concentrating new buildings in brownfield areas close to abandoned railway areas, and the objective, the need for natural spaces, the dimension of public spaces to protect health, to ease access by public transport are some of the pressing issues that emerged with the lockdown, and we have been included as a priority on the urban government agenda. Smart mobility, and to strengthen the smart and alternative mobility system integrated with cycle networks, regional and urbanized railways, pedestrian routes, and network access squares. This is one of the main goals we had during the pandemic. Objectives these that were already contained in our own urban sustainable mobility plan, approved also in 2018, and on which projects for the integration of public transport are ongoing. We have to know that Rome mobility response to COVID-19 has been recognized in the European level, and at the recent Urban Mobility Days 2020, Rome was revealed as a runner-up in the Civitas Resilience category of Civitas Awards. The prize shone that the spotlight on cities who introduced bold and transformational measures in response to pandemic. So we we worked on a great network of new walking and cycling paths, and we had a plan for 150 kilometers of transitory cycling routes. And in total, we had a 3.2 million euros investment for this plan of urban mobility. The second goal, very important for us, is the environmental and social integration. The idea of the green is a public urban park, continuous, accessible, but also productive with the sporting facilities, but also wild. In the spaces, over the years, and networks of citizens, new users, areas of exchange and sociality has been formed. A single public space of 4 square kilometers. Part of this park is also part of the food system that in Rome we illustrated also in the Urban 20 meeting, and we had, because we believe that food system policies are fundamental for cities. And the pandemic showed us how important is the small distribution in cities, and it's very important for us. So these policies have effects related to production, processing, distribution, final and consumption of food, and treatment of food waste. So it's an idea of circular economy that is integrated in urban planning. So that's why we worked on, we outlined a strategy about the city relationship with the food as a complex system that goes from production to product processing, and this means dealing not only with the fundamental right to health and nutrition, but also with relations between city and countryside, the landscape in the cities, the social value of production, the relationships within supply chains, the workers' right, the environmental and the planning of green areas, the regeneration of spaces, inclusive practices, and solidarities. So this is the last map I show you, the goals of the green ring strategies that represents the synthesis of the efforts needed to change the point of view for the development of cities, to really face challenges in the future of decarbonization and the supporting good practices for social integration. These are the future. This is what the future asks to cities for a long-term planning idea to face with the COVID-19 issues and the idea that will face with the fourth industrial revolution. So I will thank you for the invitation again. It was an honor to be here, and I would say good work to everybody for the forthcoming intervention. Thank you.
네, 로마시 부시장님.
Thank you, Mayor.
새로운 전략 시스템으로 소개해 주신
Thank you
그린링에
for
대해서 잘
your
들었습니다.
introduction to a new
인사이트를
strategic
얻게 된것
system, Green
같습니다.
Ring. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Thank you.
예. 다음은
Next, we have the Vice Mayor of Vientiane Capital, Mr. Kupong Vanavong.
준비되셨으면
If you are ready, you may begin.
Excellency Hak Jimkins, Vice Mayor of Seoul, Excellency, two honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in order to represent Vientiane Capital, Lao PDR, I would like to express my deepest and most sincere gratitude to the leader of Seoul and also pray to the organizing committee of this meaningful forum. Thank you for inviting us to join the National Urban Reliance Forum Seoul 2020 that has been organized in the Seoul capital cities, one of the most beautiful and advanced cities in the world. In this occasion, I would like to exchange some of our experience to build our city to be the safe city in the new normal, resilience, sustainability, adaptability under the COVID-19 pandemic circumstance. Dear honorable guests, as we are all aware, on the last 2019, there was the daily novel coronavirus disease outbreak. Luckily, in Lapedia, we don't have the big number of infected patients. However, the government, as well as the leader of Vientiane, have not been complacent and have taken serious measures to prepare for the outbreak, from the mildest to the worst scenarios. The government has put in place strict and systematic measures to prevent, control, inception, and resolve the COVID-19 epidemic by disseminating information through various media to the public about the dangers and preventive measures of the disease. We also locked down the cities at the beginnings, and now give an advice of living in the new normal, reduce the conduct of business, or even with large gathering. However, the educational institutions are allowed to operate normally, but they must be measured to maintain distance and maintain good hygiene. For transportation and traveling, especially in the international travel, the passengers whom are traveling from abroad are required to have the certificates of the purpose to entry into Laos and also COVID-19 tested results. After entering the country, the passengers must take another COVID-19 test and quarantines for at least 14 days at a detention center allocated by the government. In current situation, from January onwards, there are 83,645 cases have taken the test, but just only 41 cases have been confirmed infects. None dead case, 26 recovered, 15 active cases. The infections mostly are the passengers whom are traveling from overseas and can detect the virus in quarantine at the detention centers. Therefore, it can stop the spread within narrow limit. In the context of the COVID-19 outbreak, it has had a major impact on the socio-economic development of Lao PTR as well as Vientiane capital. However, the Lao government has focused its effort on supporting economic development be continuously prosperous, quality and sustainable growth, such as to promote an investment sector, mobilization for development funds from the domestic budget, official development assistance, investment from private sector and investment from the bank. The strive for economic growth rate of 7 to 8% per year. Along with the promotion of the investment, it is very important to focus on human resource development to a higher quality that can meet the need of the development in experience, support knowledge for human resource in rural area, detain the poverty by supporting local product, reduce loan interest rate, reduce electricity price, and advancing technique service to increase productivity in relation to resettlement and sustainable employment, balancing environmental protection and reducing the risk of natural disaster, protecting the environment in accordance with the definition of green and sustainable cities, strives to increase forest area cover by more than 70% in Vientiane capital by 2025, study the feasibilities of developing a GHG mitigation plan to balance the absorption capacity of various absorbents, mapping area that risk of having natural disaster and impact, and developing disaster preparedness plans, developing the infrastructure sectors and transportation to connect provinces within the country with neighboring country in focused and harmonious manners. At the same time, facilitates the transportation of railway between China and Thailand by ensuring the completion of Lao-China railway project on time and establishing a strict management mechanism. Survey and continuous the project to build 5 highways within and around Vientiane capital, as well as building new road and rehabilitating the damaged one, promote public administration and the protected under the law with secret and stringent law. With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, even though the epidemics, especially the COVID-19, has a profound effect on the development of our nation, but it is more likely to be the testament to the solidarities of friendship cities around the world in providing mutual assistance in time of crisis. Also a testament to the innovative idea for the economy restoration and the way of living the new normal life after the end of COVID-19. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to share our experience with all friendship cities. If any city that would like to share and provide technical assistance, we are willing to accept, and we are sincerely glad to share, listen with other cities to the best of our abilities. Last but not least, on behalf of Vientiane Authority and on my behalf, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the chairman as well as the organizing committee of the forum for honoring me in exchange with friendship cities. My wish for all the delegates who attended this meeting, good health and success in your honorable duty. May this important event be continuously prosperous and successful. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 비엔티엔 시장
Thank you, Vice Mayor of Vientiane Capital. I think the presentation highlighted the efforts made by the Laos government. Next, we have the CRO and Senior Advisor of Athens, Ms. Eleni Marivilli.
CRO라는 명칭이 아마 생소할 수도 있을 것
CRO, this title
같은데요.
might not be that familiar to you. Are you ready? Then I think we can proceed. CRO means Chief Resilience Officer. So if you're ready, please.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be among my peers and esteemed political representatives of cities that are working on resilience. I would like to focus on what we're doing for our post-COVID recovery. And I would like to start by saying that, like many other cities and chief resilient officers, the previous years we have managed to create resilient strategies. So when Athens created its resilient strategy and launched it in 2017, it focused on the basic shocks and stresses that the city was undergoing and was expected to undergo in the next decades. But the pandemic, and specifically the COVID pandemic, was not one of the things that we managed to see coming. So it actually came to us, as many other cities, as a shock that we didn't expect. However, part of our resilient assessment for the city focused on things that, of course, are important because as our way of approaching the city from a resilient point of view sees the city as a system, and a system that prepares for different types of shocks shocks and stresses by identifying its vulnerabilities and its strengths. So when we did our resilient assessment in Athens, we kind of realized that we are lucky to still have as a vital part of our society the idea of neighborhood. So a smaller unit of social and kind of social / built environment that was still alive and was still a valuable resource for the city, because cities in the Mediterranean, a lot of cities, I mean, we're not so as lucky as Rome to have these enormous green areas, which we are it's very impressive to see them. Look, it was great to see your presentation. But we are a very densely built city, like a lot of Mediterranean cities are, including Rome, a very, very densely built city. And we are building, the city is building blocks in kind of vertical, big building blocks of apartments, which in a way, even though it was a negative thing for the city for heat, especially because it's a lot of cement and a lot of asphalt and cement and not very much green at all, it still had the good aspects of usually having a social stratification vertically rather than gentrified in neighborhoods. So we had like the poorer people usually living in the lower apartments and also having a little store in the front. So it's mixed usages and kind of people that were more middle class or upper middle class in the upper kind of levels of the buildings. So this kind of mixed usages and mixed kind of social vertical allocation of social difference created the capacity for neighborhoods to still kind of be an interesting and a diverse social and economical unit. So what we discovered when we went through an important economic crisis, the previous like in the last decade, and now with the COVID crisis, is that the neighborhoods managed to rise up as networks of support for the vulnerable. And this was extremely important in a city that, especially that doesn't have a lot of means often to support, I mean, financial means to really kind of be really, really there for everybody. So we are identifying this idea of now that we went through the COVID crisis, we are realizing that again, because we have been in lockdown twice, first in the spring and now again we're in lockdown for the last couple of months, that the neighborhood needs to really upgrade its public spaces. So one of the things is creating better public spaces for the people so that this could make the neighborhoods more desirable and more livable and more healthy for the people to actually stay within a very local, a super local life that actually is actually what people enjoy a lot. So this idea of 15-minute city, which actually is one of the desirable characteristics in cities that we see people most attracted to, is this idea that we create. So this is our aim. Our aim is focusing on smaller cities, on smaller units, on this idea of neighborhood, making the public space more better quality, so fixing pavements, making wider spaces for people to walk in, creating small parks where we can, creating green corridors that pull together green areas so that people can walk more. We are, again, because it's so densely built, it's not so easy, but we're creating bicycle lanes, which we don't have in Athens. We are creating these kind of 4 very important blue and green infrastructure projects all around the city, which are located in the most vulnerable areas, which are particularly have increasing pressures from heat, which is our main issue with climate change. So we're focusing on these. We're also supporting, trying to create and support business clusters in these same kind of neighborhoods, but also support the possibility for upgrading buildings and doing retrofits. So trying to facilitate and kind of ignite the economies on a very local and very kind of focused, on a very focused kind of and almost like a acupuncture-like way in the whole city. So this is the concept is of a green and kind of just recovery post-COVID, with a focus on the neighborhood and reviving the idea of the neighborhood through mostly creating green and clean and healthier streets and public open spaces, enhancing them, making more, but also creating, like investing in business cluster, local business, small business clusters, so that we could kind of see these neighborhoods being more vibrant and more able to support the people. There's many, many more things that I can focus on, like the digital, different digital policies that have allowed people to stay more local, which many, many cities have done, and a lot of innovation has happened in this period of time, as well as different types of support for food and for other kind of needs, which now has created the network for the city to be able to easily reach people that are the most needy. So we have a better plan in approaching the most vulnerable. But mostly the idea that I want to leave you with as Athens is this idea of small, green, and vibrant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation on Athens. Well, you established your resilience strategy back in 2017. At the time, you didn't look into the possibility of this kind of pandemic. Nonetheless, in the process of your resilience assessment, you came to identify some of the possibilities and potentials for you.
Next, we have a representative from ICLEI. For those of you who do not know the organization ICLEI, it was established in 1990, sponsored by the UN. It is an international organization. They are present in 120 countries. 1,700 cities are members, and they are promoting sustainable, inclusive cities. So it is a global regional government network. So then I would like to introduce Mr. Shuju, Regional Director of ICLEI East Asia Secretariat. Please go ahead.
Thank you, distinguished mayors. Thanks, first of all, for the invitation by Seoul Metropolitan Government. It's my pleasure to introduce 2 city cases, and also, of course, ICLEI's work may be also introduced later by my colleague, Steve. So my name is Jushu. I'm the Regional Director of ICLEI East Asia. We are actually hosted by Seoul Metropolitan Government. As the moderator just said, that we are a global city network with members, cities, regions, and towns across more than 120 countries for sustainable development. So my presentation will focus on two city cases. One is Beijing from East Asia region, but another one is from Medellin. So in terms of Beijing, the COVID-19 outbreak actually experienced two major waves. It started in early February to middle May. That was the first outbreak. Then the second one came in June until July. So actually this shows that how the capacity and resilience was enhanced by the Beijing municipal government after controlled the first wave of the outbreak. These are a few of the strategies and actions taken by Beijing in the control of the first outbreak. That includes applying the ICT technology using big data to actually create health kit to track the movement, in particular for residents coming from infected areas. You know that in China, that the infection started actually from the city of Wuhan in central China. So then using this technology actually can help the government and municipalities to successfully track this movement in order to take preventive measures in advance. So also the government encouraged the very active engagement of the communities, both the community leaders, but also different groups to help manage these residential areas, including, say, organize this volunteers for temperature check in each of the entrance of this community and the blocks. Then also the government designated, say, more than 70 COVID-19 fever clinics and hospitals to do the testing. So this has been a very effective measure as well. And also more than 40 testing facilities were immediately established after a couple of weeks, actually, during the first outbreak. Then the government, of course, working with the national government, produced numerous of resources, guides to businesses and also to the public for prevention, and also on how to rightly use all these equipments like the face mask, and also a number of guidance on workplaces and also at home. So, but last action is that government also designated a number of public green spaces. Say there are a number of big parks in Beijing were designated for these purposes. Of course, for people who want to enjoy this green space during the outbreak, they also need to do the pre-registration in order to avoid that too many people are concentrating in one area. You know that Beijing has a huge population here. So all these measures actually helped to the Beijing to control the first outbreak. Then building on the experiences of this first outbreak, then when the second outbreak arrives again in June, starting from the largest wet market in South Beijing, then the rapid testing capacity has been increased. When the second outbreak happened, and more clinics, hospitals were designated by the government to do that. But also, everyone using mobile phone would have already downloaded the health kit. And also, when we, for example, were entering to our workplace or a shops or supermarket, we have to show us this so-called green code in order to let others know that you have not been traveling to these infected areas. So this second outbreak was contained in a shorter period comparing with the first one, and also more green spaces were then designated by government for the residents to be relaxed and also to enhance their health capacity. So then this responding mechanism was quite effective in Beijing's case. The lessons here we learned is that a set up disaster response system can enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the containment, but also the ICT technology, for example, the big data, can really effectively address and help with this tracking of movement of the residents, and also the green spaces and nature are offering multiple benefits. It's not only mental, but also health and a lot of other benefits to the people during the outbreak. So this is the case about Beijing. Then the second one is about Medellin in Colombia. As we know that Medellin is also a large city with over 2.5 million population as a but the city has been had faced a traditional challenge of the food supply system because of the fragmentation and the efficiency of the food supply chain. As you can see from this picture of the map in the right corner, that there was a lack of interaction or distances between the food production and food consumption areas. And a huge proportion of food distributions were carried through informal services. So this has been a key challenge in Medellin's case. Then the government, in order to address this challenge, established a strategy to actually respond. Then in order to actually solve the problem of this fragmentation, they addressed a few of these key priorities as shown in this picture to coordinate better the territories and the areas producing food and also consuming food, and also to generate more incomes for the producers, suppliers, and also vendors. So they launched one alliance called Alliance for Good Living Project. This is a new governing structure, actually bring together the key stakeholders, including the governments from these neighboring regions, not only the municipal government of Medellin, and also provide trainings, capacity building to the rural farmers who are involved. So this food program actually helped Medellin enhanced its resilience, in particular when the lockdown happened during the COVID outbreak in the city. So building on this program, then during the lockdown, the food supply has been a key challenge, of course, to almost all the cities who have the outbreak. Then further to that actions, the Medellin city also using say this strategy and also to mobilize a sustainable supply of food. For example, through this municipal program, urban and peri-urban gardens, they mobilized 20 tons of food in the first 2 weeks of the compulsory quarantine period, or say the lockdown. And also this also helped to create jobs and retain the income of the producers and also suppliers, but also with a very active engagement of the citizen and community groups, including the local farmers associations. They also introduced the digital platform, so for the citizen to order food online during this new normal. Then the last one is to supporting the farmers with transportation services. So more than 7 tons of food were distributed through these actions. The lessons from Medellin is that the coordination and collaboration among different authorities in addressing the food supply challenges in the neighboring regions is a very important factor to the success. And also the municipal government actually integrated the food system strategy into its urban strategy and urban planning actions. But last is that the citizens and the community group engagement is also another important factor for the successful actions. From these two cases, also we think that a strong political commitment in urban resilience, in identifying the challenges and also potential opportunities and solutions are of important to be reflected in the political commitment, but also a coordination and integration of policies among different departments, different functions would be also vital for the efficiency and success of implementation and actions. Last is that the strong collaboration among key stakeholders, including the communities, the non-governmental organizations, the citizens, but also the private sector are important. Last slide is the recommendation from ourselves. During the COVID, when we talk about the urban resilience and urban sustainability, we actually have a new reflection on the value and the benefits of nature, of sustainability and of resilience to our health, to our citizens, to the health also of the urban systems. Then we, of course, would hope that more cities and municipal government would introduce resilience as a goal and criterion in urban strategy and urban planning, but also in connection with the measures to address climate change, we need to further mainstream climate change adaptation into urban planning. As a very important first step is to carry out vulnerability and risk assessment. For example, we heard many of these excellent presentations just now that many cities are learning also from the COVID-19 response actions that in the future happening, we may already be equipped with all the knowledge, including the assessment of potential risks such as the pandemic. But last is to establish effective mechanism to manage such kind of challenge, shocks, stresses, hazards. This system should be built with high political commitment in municipal government. For example, the chief resilience officer as a very important function in many of these cities, also playing key role in addressing the COVID-19 impacts to our city's operations. So that's all my case study and reflection. Thank you very much.
네, 여러 도시의 사례들을
Yeah,
말씀해 주셨는데 도움이
So,
되셨을
Mr. Suju talked about the cases of different cities, and I think it was very helpful to deepen our understanding on the topic. So, in Seoul, it's already 5:30 p.m., so we are passing the scheduled time. And we are going to Honolulu. It is very late at Honolulu, as I understand. Are you still there?
부탁드리겠습니다. 늦은 시간에까지 기다려 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for waiting for us. So, would you please proceed?
Yes. Aloha, everyone. I hope you can see the screen. My name is Josh Stambro. I'm the Chief Resilience Officer with the City and County of Honolulu. I want to first start by saying aloha from Mayor Kirk Caldwell, who is the mayor of Honolulu. We are sister cities with Seoul and have a long history of sharing information and are very honored to be here today. This idea of resilience, this ability to survive, adapt, and thrive, no matter what shocks or stresses we experience, this is something that is actually in the very history and DNA of this place here in Hawaii. So I want to tell a little story about resilience, do a little something different, maybe than just focus completely on COVID. I want to talk about why resilience is important in this place and how the native Hawaiians and the indigenous folks here have struggled with disease in the past. So whether it was smallpox or measles or the bubonic plague that actually burned down the entire city of Honolulu in 1900 in an attempt to eradicate, we've had a history of disease here, and we know the importance of resilience. And in 2016, we were actually the same year that Seoul was welcomed into the 100 Resilient Cities Network. Honolulu was alongside at the same time and joined the 100 Resilient Cities. At the same time, and I think this is really important to talk about the history of resilience in Honolulu, the voters in Honolulu actually voted to create an Office of Resilience, an Office of Climate Change and Resilience. And that was in 2016, the election. And in 2017, our office was created. And this is my staff here that all work in the mayor's office focused on resilience and climate change issues. In fact, we're the only office in the US that has the words climate change in the title. Some of you may know we've had some trouble convincing folks not only about COVID, but we've had some trouble convincing folks about climate change. That's not the case here in Honolulu, where we're laser focused on this. Honolulu is also a gathering place to share ideas. This is 60 mayors that came last year to share information with the Climate Mayors Network. And so we've always tried to learn from other cities to become more resilient by sharing information, sharing knowledge, and bringing people together. In doing that work, we created the Oahu Resilience Strategy. Some of our others, Athens and Rome, have talked about their resilience strategy. Our resilience strategy really focused on 4 areas. First was letting people stay here because of affordability. The second was responding to and bouncing back from natural disasters. The third was making sure that we're prepared for climate change impacts. And the fourth was making sure that our communities are really close-knit and bonded so that they can withstand whatever stresses. And that fourth one was really important when COVID struck our shores. So just an example for the first one, making Honolulu more affordable, we actually banned vacation rentals. Many of the houses in our neighborhoods, because we're such a big destination, were being rented out to tourists and not available to local homeowners. And so we banned the act of vacation rentals, which has really helped our market here. We've improved our building codes to make our buildings stronger in the face of natural disaster, but also making sure that every new building that's built, every new house that's built, is available for electric cars can plug in, and solar photovoltaic panels can be plugged into the rooftop without much mess. The other thing, we talked about climate security. You can see here the difference, just the change over not even 20 years, where the hurricane tracks that normally stayed far south of us, now because the ocean is warming, are much more erratic and coming closer and closer to our islands. We know that the only solution to climate change is making sure that we decarbonize the economy. And so what we've been doing is building renewable energy projects as fast as we can on city lands across our island. Now this community cohesion piece, making sure that our community was bonded. When COVID hit, our office, our entire office was deployed to respond. And as you know, there was some misinformation. There was difficulty for people in the United States to know what was true about COVID, what wasn't. And so our office, 7 days a week, was in a phone center that we started to answer questions from residents about what were the rules around COVID, how could they get COVID, and to give people trusted information because they couldn't always get it on the news. We have a mask mandate. We have the lowest rate of COVID of any state in the United States of America now. And I attribute that in part to our resilience, our community connectivity, but also, unlike most of the USA, we have very close relationships with Asia and the Pacific Basin. And that mask wearing sort of has become a second nature. We know we've been exposed to it with our brother and sister countries in the Pacific. And I think that's really helped. We've also looked at Seoul as a model over and over again in South Korea in terms of what we aspire to do in terms of stamping down the disease. So we've done some innovative things. We tested our wastewater to find if there was COVID in the wastewater because we didn't have enough money to do tests broadly across the entire population. And you know, there's been a surge of neighbors helping neighbors, whether it's restaurants cooking for people that didn't have funds, or whether it was us helping our university stand up a new testing lab to really help us fight the COVID scourge that we've seen. So to conclude, I just want to emphasize how important it is to have this idea of resilience early, to create a group of folks, an office or some sort of organization within the city that is always thinking holistically about these approaches and can be deployed immediately to help. And so for the past 9 months, we've switched from climate change to COVID, but continued to do that work to make our city more resilient. I really appreciate the chance to be here to learn from all of you, and hope to see you soon. Aloha.
Thank you very much for staying with us at this late hour for you.
그럼 다음은 타이페이로 초대해 보겠습니다. 타이페이
We will now
시의
move on to Taipei. We have Mr. Tom Chu, Commissioner of Mayor's Office for External
발표를
Affairs.
청해 듣겠습니다.
Thank you, Chair. As the world continues to battle COVID-19, the pictures in Taipei is different from that of other major cities of the world. Given that there have been no domestic cases in Taiwan since April 13, our domestic market is booming. The hotels in famous tourist spots are fully booked, and the restaurants are flooded with guests. As a result, government's subsidies to certain business sectors, such as the tourism and hospitality industry, are being reduced. Nevertheless, the peoples of Taipei are still being vigilant to the pandemic and are actively cooperating with the government to follow disease prevention guidelines. Now let me introduce the role of the central government and Taipei city government in fighting the pandemic. Upon receiving news that an unknown virus had broken out in Wuhan, China early this year, the central government decided to strictly control the border and to increase the capacity of mass production. Coordinating with the central government, Taipei city government is responsible for managing confirmed cases of COVID-19 and individuals who needed to be quarantined in Taipei. Taipei city government's effective measures in combating the pandemic are keeping balance between academic prevention and economic development, cost-effective considerations, and embracing the new normal. In terms of keeping balance between epidemic prevention and economic development, for example, after the outbreak of COVID-19, many cities decided to close down gyms. On the other hand, Taipei City chose to maintain open under strict hygiene rules. As a result, we saved many jobs, and most importantly, Taipei has no community infection despite our opening policy. In terms of cost-effective considerations, instead of lockdown, only high-risk individuals need to be quarantined for 14 days. So far, only about 94,000 people, roughly 3.5% of total population of Taipei, have been quarantined since January this year. Thanks to the advanced mobile tracking system and the responsible village officers, the low figures of patients hospitalized due to respiratory infections show that the pandemic is under control in Taipei. In terms of embracing the new normal, the impact of COVID-19 has changed our world. Due to the need to maintain social distance, businesses operated under non-contact environment, such as video conference and remote work, have become more and more popular. Taipei City government sees the importance of digitalization and is speeding up its pace of e-government reform. For example, if our citizens apply for government services online, they will enjoy a discount. Moreover, since July this year, Taipei City government has actively worked with business leaders from different fields to brainstorm how to create new business models that can operate under the digital transformation. Sharing Taipei experience of academic prevention, we have organized the COVID-19 epidemic prevention SOPs, which details all of Taipei's response and experience for other cities as reference, and put them on our website. Furthermore, we also collect and share the best practices of other countries on our English website. The Taipei City government has divided our approach into 3 main levels to allow easy replication and implementation. This includes base, intermediate, and advanced level. The base level involves the following measures to be introduced. First, daily updated on the number of confirmed cases. Second, disinfections on all important public facilities, in particular on the part of most frequent contact services, such as handrails and buttons of elevators. The third, alcohol sanitations and temperature checks for individuals entering premises. The fourth, social distancing if masks are not available. The intermediate level involves the following measures to be introduced. First, mandating wearing masks in public areas and on public transport. Second, compulsory 14 days quarantine for inbound passengers. The third, immediate testing for individuals that display symptoms. The advanced level involves the following measures to be introduced. First, border control and barring those from high-risk regions from entering. Second, complete lockdown if domestic cases outnumber imported ones in Taipei. We will lock down. Taipei City government has also developed a number of innovative initiatives to strengthen our capability in combating COVID-19. Just name a few as following. Quarantine hotels. We have invited 87 hotels, about 6,000 rooms, to join our epidemic prevention effort that gradually increase the capacity of our quarantine institutions and provides a much-needed economic boost to the hotel industry. Mask vending machine. We also have mask vending machines to reduce the amount of manpower required to distribute masks and encourage contactless payment. Here in Taipei City, our citizens understand the importance of wearing masks and implementing good hygiene practices. This understanding plays a critical role in our efforts in effectively containing the COVID-19. It has also led to a significant decrease in the number of people who have contracted the flu and enterovirus. Taipei City government's commitment to transparent decision-making and producing effective measures have also built people's confidence in the government. Thank you.
Yes, we listened to the presentation on how Taipei is addressing COVID-19, and I think it is an exemplary case for all of us.
마지막 순서입니다.
Last but not least, I'd like to turn to
스티브 갈러 본부장님 발표
Mr.
준비
Steve
되셨으면
Gala, Regional
부탁드리겠습니다.
Director
많이
of ICLEI
기다리셨는데요. 발표
Oceania. Are you
들어보도록
ready
하겠습니다.
to go? Thank you very much for waiting for such a long time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm quite happy to wait. It's been a great 1.5 hours, and we've heard some fantastic stories from cities around the world. I'll be very, very brief because it is late, and just some reflections on what we've heard. I wanted to start with the story from Athens because I think what the Chief Resilience Officer said was just so true. We did our best to plan for future stresses and shocks, but we actually didn't identify pandemics as a potential one. And I think that's a very common story. ICLEI, very similar to the 100 Resilient Cities program, very similar to the United Nations Disaster Office, has been working for quite a few years now on how cities can be prepared for the unexpected. In other words, to build resilience to what you really cannot forecast. And what's been interesting over this year is to look at the experiences that we've all had in dealing with the COVID and trying to analyse how well prepared were we, what could we have done better. So at ICLEI, we've distilled what we think are some of the underpinning principles which help a city to become truly resilient. And for just a few minutes, I'd like to present those principles and just link them back to what we've heard. So one of the big principles of developing resilient systems is not to be over-reliant on any one source, but to have redundancy built into our systems, to have our systems distributed or spread out, and to have good backups. And we've seen that demonstrated tonight in a number of the presentations. You can apply redundancy and distributed systems to our health systems. Some cities which were over-reliant on perhaps one hospital system, when that hospital system was then hit by pandemics, not only patients but also staff, their health system tended to collapse. But where cities and countries have had their health systems well spread out geographically, or where it's possible to bring in additional resources from nearby countries or nearby provinces or states, then they've been far more able to continue to tackle the pandemic. The other interesting example we heard from some of the presenters today is around food supply chains. And certainly in my country, in Australia, Australia found that it was so dependent on overseas sources of critical supplies, food, fuel, etc., that when it was impossible to import those services because of the pandemic and the lockdown, we were caught out. We didn't have enough local services. So that's one very important principle. We heard some great examples today of the importance of nature and how we've become so much more aware of the importance of nature, of our ecosystem services. Wasn't it good hearing the way Athens described their commitment to small, green and vibrant, or Rome's commitment to expanding nature and bringing nature back into the cities? What we have found during the pandemic is that nature has actually had a bit of a rest, a bit of a breather. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to regenerate nature in our cities. And we heard from one of the speakers about the importance of local neighbourhood level green spaces, because with the lockdown, people become far more dependent on their local neighbourhoods for their social health, their mental health, their physical health. So nature-based solutions are a very important pillar of resilience. And we heard quite a lot about vulnerability. The most vulnerable people, they're the ones who suffer most, and they're the ones who suffer first, whether it's day labourers, casual labourers who are the first to lose their work during an episode like the pandemic. They have no backup systems, they don't have savings, they don't have reliable housing, they can't put food on the table. The elderly, the people who are already in poor health. These are the groups who are first hit. And so cities and countries which already have strong systems for protecting the most vulnerable are the ones which have weathered the pandemic best. And that can be governmental systems of social protection, but equally it can be communities which have good social connectedness at the local level. And we heard about the importance of local bonded communities in supporting people. And the last principle which we found is so important is communication. We've all been running campaigns. Some of the campaigns have been very successful, but others less so, because this is about getting messages to the community which make sense to the community according to their own local languages and their own local traditions and customs. We've done very poorly at that in Australia with some of our communities. And as we heard, I think, from Honolulu, some of the misinformation, some of the fake news that has been promulgated about the pandemics and how to avoid contagion, etc. We have to have very good ways of counteracting that and getting accurate, simple, understandable communications. So just offering those as some important principles for our resilience planning, and I think every one of those principles can help us to prepare for other sorts of stresses and shocks, not just epidemics. And so to conclude, I think we're all now talking about what comes after the pandemic. How can we recover from this? And I think most of us are agreeing it needs to be a green recovery. It needs to be a socially just recovery. Thank you for your time, and I hope that was a nice way to bookend today's session.
Yes, thank you to Mr. Steve Goller, the Regional Director of ICLEI Oceania Secretariat, for the presentation. Just recovery, I think, is a very important concept that he mentioned today, so that it can help reduce the stress levels of future societies, and I think that was very impressive.
모두가 코로나19로 인한 어려운 시기를 잘 이겨내면
Hopefully all of us will be able to overcome the COVID-19, and if we are able to strengthen our resilience now, I believe it will put us in a better situation to combat crises that can come in the future. Today, we talked about the resilience strategies of various cities. We have gone over the schedule, and so unfortunately we will have to conclude the Session 3 without Q&A. I hope that all of the viewers on YouTube also had a productive time watching the forum. If all our cities can come together and cooperate, I believe that it will take us one step forward in creating more safe and resilient cities. Thank you.
네, 정말 오랜 시간 동안에 발표를 해주시고 또 같이 얘기를 해주신 저희 김학진 행정 2부시장님을 포함한 모든 발표자분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. Well, that was quite a long session 3, but thank you once again to all of the participants as well as our deputy mayor for the time. 네, 이것으로 저희 오늘 2020 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼을 마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 내년에 더욱더 좋은 모습으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to conclude our forum for today. We hope to see you again next year in better health and a better situation. Please stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much. 고맙습니다.